Let's go, guys. Let's go. Ball's up in the air and we're underway. Bengals, Cowboys, Monday Night Football. Primetime can still get the juices flowing. We might be out of it. Actually, we're not out of it. We're not out of it. This team's not out of it mathematically. 2% chance as of this morning I saw. So still alive. Still have a shot. How are we feeling in here? Thank you to everyone for being here. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. Bengals ball first as I get this scoreboard ready to rock. 1st and 10 from the 30. Joe in the shotgun. Swing pass to Jamar. It's a gain of a few yards. Robo Buck, I love seeing you in here. I love seeing you active early. How about some likes? I love the sentiment, guys. Like the stream if you're here. Like the stream if you're here. We got to win this game. Who doesn't want to win this game more? That might be a good question. I am going to have to check out the Simpsons broadcast at some point, fellas. I'm going to have to check it out, just see what that action's all about. But we're going to stick on the main broadcast most of the time. If it wasn't the Bengals, I'd probably watch more Simpsons. Burrow throwing again, check down. That's Sample. Chopped down immediately, 3rd down. Good vibes do equal a dub. That's right, Aaron. That's right, Aaron. Always good vibes. Always good vibes. That's right. No, it's good to be back. That's right. I forgot I wasn't here last week. It's been a long week. I forgot I wasn't here last week. That's right, guys. Yeah, bye week. And then Reed took over against the Steelers. Yeah, it's good to be back. I miss doing this with everybody. 3rd and 6. Burrow in the shotgun. Sample in motion. Tanner Hudson joins him as the back in the backfield. 5 seconds on the play clock. Cowboys bringing heavy pressure. They don't get home. Ball to T. Higgins. Broken up by Trayvon Diggs. Man, what a play by Diggs. Out the last 2 weeks. Returns this week. Makes an impact play there on the first drive of the game. All out blitz. Man. Burrow got the ball away, but just unable to make the catch. That's a shame. Rico's going to punt it away to maybe the most dangerous return man in NFL football, Kevontae Turpin of the Cowboys. Rico stands at the 20, takes the snap. T needs to fight for that ball more. I certainly don't disagree. I would like to see him work back towards the ball a little bit more. Turpin takes that at the 30, across the 30, to the 40, down at the 40. Bengals defense going to take the field, and as I saw on Twitter, some people are playing a game, taking a shot every time the Bengals defense misses a tackle. If you did that against the Chargers about 3 weeks ago, you would have taken 14 shots. So good luck to any of the brave soldiers playing that one. But Cooper Rush, a noted foe of the Bengals, under center for the Cowboys. 0 opening drive touchdowns this season for the boys. I wouldn't put it past the Bengals defense to change that trend. First play of the game is going to be a handoff to Dowdle. Picks up about 2. Jermaine Pratt, after last week's game, said that missed tackles weren't a problem for the Bengals defense. The Bengals defense had 14 missed tackles on the day, and Jermaine Pratt himself had 2 or 3, depending on where you looked. And then tonight, good to see he's busting out the Grinch cleats. That's fun for everyone. The neon green cleats there in the middle of the Bengals defense. That's Jermaine Pratt. We'll be able to see him pretty clearly as he flies around the field today. Hopefully no missed tackles. As Rico Dowdle takes the handoff again, going to get about 6. 3rd and 2 now for the Cowboys. Simpsons broadcast is insane, says Jack P. I'm going to have to check it out. Interesting. Over under 10.5 missed tackles tonight. Oh, David Shaw, I sure hope it's the under. Tyler, are you serious? Zach Taylor's Ned Flanders. 3rd and 1 handoff. No, it's play action. Rush to throw. He does. It's Schoonmaker. First down, Cowboys. Cooper Rush on the play action rollout. Bengals defense flows hard to the run action. You see both linebackers bite on that play. Just runs wide open in the second level. Jordan Battle makes a good tackle, but man, everyone on that defensive second level flew towards that play action. 1st and 10 now. Across the 50, inside the 40, CeeDee Lamb in motion. Chad, I have CeeDee Lamb first drive reception for the Cowboys, and there it is. Love to see that. I've made the decision at this point in the 4-8 Bengals season. I have to start diversifying my wagers. Take some bets on the other team, especially the other offense, with how we know this Bengals defense is. And there's the first one of the day. CeeDee Lamb, first drive catch. Beautiful. 2nd and 6 now for the Cowboys. -50 first quarter point differential. So that's the worst in the NFL for the Cowboys. And they're looking for their first opening drive touchdown of the year. Rush will find Lamb again. That's a first down to about the 20. CeeDee Lamb just makes a good play on the ball there. Inside the red zone now, this Dallas offense as Lamb goes in motion, circles back behind. Rush will drop back and find Dowdle in the flat, but the pass will fall incomplete. Why in the Lord is Marco Wilson in the game? Aaron, I think the Bengals need bodies. DJ Turner and Dax Hill out for the year. I think there's a need for some bodies at corner. Josh Newton already starting. We're going to see Marco Wilson today. That's number 42, as you saw in that CeeDee Lamb conversion. Handoff to Dowdle up the middle. That's going to be about 8 on 2nd down. 3rd and 2 for this Cowboys offense. 44% red zone touchdown percentage, which is the 2nd worst in the NFL for the Cowboys. So no first drive touchdowns, the worst first quarter point differential in the league, and the 2nd worst red zone conversion percentage. And opening drive, they're sitting at 3rd and 2 deep in the red zone now. Handoff, Rico Dowdle. Brought down on 3rd down. DJ Ivey. Good play, 38. Love to see that. 4th down. Good work, defense. Mike McCarthy has a decision now. 4th and 1 in the red zone on their opening drive of the game. Chess match here between McCarthy and Anarumo. Mike's going to go for it. Leave Cooper Rush and the offense out there on the field. ESPN analytics say go, but I've never seen it say kick. 4th and 1. Ball is on the 11-yard line. Cooper Rush, empty backfield, drops back to pass. Good pressure here. Geno Stone wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb. Couldn't have been more wide open. Back foot fade away. Right into the breadbasket. CeeDee Lamb does juggle a little bit, but he gets both hands on it. Gets both feet down. That's a first drive touchdown for the Cowboys. Their first of the year. 9 plays, 60 yards, 4.5 minutes. The worst first quarter offense in the entire NFL. Scores on their opening drive. Look at that, guys. Why do we expect anything else? How do you get that wide open, CeeDee? I mean, CeeDee's really good. Look, I get it. I do. I understand that. But that open? How is he that? I mean, guys, he was the only guy that side of the end zone. Mike Hilton was taking a nap. This defense is frustrating, but you know what? You know what that means when the other team scores, which they often do. You know what that means? That means we get to see Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense come on the field. So whoopee. No more Ryan Rico. Let's go down and score on this drive. I did kind of talk myself into it too, chat. I said coming into this game, I was like, maybe this is the game the defense wakes up. Season's already dead. Everyone's out. Maybe the defense wakes up now. Nah. They might as well just take the whole year off, right? What's the last 5 games? Yeah, no, CeeDee Lamb anytime touchdown. Yeah, no, end times, you're right. You just bet on the other team's number 1 receiver. I had it too. I had it too. I told you guys, the Bengals are 4-8. We know what they are. We can't be surprised anymore. We know what this team is. We got to start differentiating our wagers, guys. I know you guys have been in the same boat as me most weeks this year, betting on the Bengals and being sad with losses and also losing your money. So we got to start being smarter with that. Certainly don't bet on the Cowboys. That would be disgusting. Never bet against the Bengals, but just differentiate your wagers. Maybe some props here and there. That's what I did for this one. No, we got this, guys. Offense. We knew this was going to be an over game. We knew this was going to be high scoring. 30s for both. I'm all the way in there. Maverick says the season's not dead. I know we're still mathematically alive. It's 2%. It's 2% I saw on New York Times. So that's good. It's good to see you guys. Good to have everyone in the chat. That's always good. Always refreshing that we all can go through it together. We need some of the pain. We need to sit in the pain together of this season. But now we get to see the offense. Lou, we will miss you. Will we? We have good memories, of course. We had a Super Bowl run. Yeah, we'll miss them all. That kick goes into the end zone. Khalil Herbert out of bounds. Bengals will get the ball at the 30. Mike Hilton lined up right over CeeDee Lamb, straight man coverage, and Hilton just gets stuck in cement. Just absolutely stuck in cement. First and 10 now for the Bengals offense. That snaps a 5-game streak for CeeDee Lamb without a receiving touchdown. Who's a better slump breaker than this Bengals defense? That's the question. Handoff up the gut. It's Chase Brown. That's going to be 2.5. Second and 8. Nate Johnson says, wow, Lamb had 3+ steps on Hilton. I think 3+ might be generous, might be low. Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland both in the game for the first time in a long time. I think over a couple of years. I missed the graphic they just put up there, but certainly the first time this season. Second and 7 now. Yoshivas motions to the top of your screen. Burrow in the shotgun. It's offsides on Cowboys say Bengals. Bengals say Cowboys. What will the call be? Neutral zone infraction. Micah Parsons. Take those steps. Second and 2 now. Big yardage. Makes it much more manageable. Hilton is slow. Fits our defense well. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Second and 2. Sample joins Mims, lined up across from Micah Parsons. I assume we'll see that a lot tonight. Give the rookie some help against one of the league's best. Sample chips before he gets out of the pocket. Burrow runs, throws, under pressure to Chase Brown across the 50. Let's go, baby. Keep that ball moving. Burrow has to rebuckle his chin strap, as he often has to do after these great plays. He takes so many hits, man. So many hits. Tight pocket, running, sandwiched, but finds Chase Brown. That's Micah Parsons right to your throat. Certainly not an enjoyable experience, but Burrow doing whatever it takes to win, as he always does. Under center now at about the 50. Jet sweep, Jamar Chase. Love getting him in on the run game, and it's going to be a first down and a little bit more. Gain of about 13. Get your playmakers the ball in space. It's not rocket science here, guys. We have a guy named Jamar Chase, and he's pretty damn good with the football. Let's just get it to him a whole awful lot. Ball's on the 35 now after the Jamar Chase run. Play action pass. Burrow fires. Chase Brown again behind the line of scrimmage. Gets out across the 30. And we get a holding on the Bengals. That's going to be Amarius Mims. It's going to bring that screen pass to Brown back and make the conversion a little harder. Amarius Mims has been one of the best rookies in the entire league this year. Aaron, you're on your game today. Yeah, no, Isaiah Williams in motion. We are pulling everyone. Am I the only one that's a little bothered by Isaiah Williams wearing 18? It helps that it's New Jerseys and it doesn't look the same, but I just feel like no one should wear that, much less a wide receiver since AJ, and it'll be retired one day. But handoff up the gut, Chase Brown. It's going to get us to about 2nd and 17. Charlie Jones is inactive tonight. Some people asking about why he isn't getting reps in this game, but he is inactive tonight. He's been out with a groin injury for a while now. Burrow throws the ball straight into the ground. He's pointing to Chase Brown as if to say he had a receiver in the area. It's going to be an interesting call. They drop the flag. $10 men on the, or 12 men on the field for the Cowboys defense, and then an intentional grounding from Joe Burrow. Those penalties will offset. Bengals would have been better off just taking the sack there and getting the penalty yardage. Second 16 now, back outside the 40. Burrow in the shotgun, stands alone in the backfield. Chase Brown in to help. Ball goes to Chase, going to get out across the 30, make this third down much more manageable. Third and about 2 or 3. Does Chase stay in bounds here? He does. That's going to be a third and about 2 yards here. That's a great play by Jamar Chase to get the extra yards after the catch. Nifty work to tightrope that sideline there. Third and 2. Burrow stands alone in the backfield. Shotgun snap. Snap to Chase Brown. Down in the red zone now. Bengals moving that football, baby. 1st and 10 now. Down to the 20. Holding call. Backs you up. Doesn't matter. Turn the page. Keep moving. We got Cade York kicking today. We gotta score touchdowns, gentlemen. We gotta score touchdowns. Burrow throwing again. This one deep to Chase Brown. That ball goes incomplete. Deron Bland makes a good play there. That could have been a touchdown. A really close throw there into a tight window by Burrow. 2nd and 10 now, just inside the red zone. Barely inside the 20. Herbert motions out to the outside. Play clock ticks down. Burrow drops back to throw. He fires. It's Jamar Chase. It's dropped. A little bit behind Chase, but a ball that could have been caught, and it's not. 3rd and 10. Jamar just grabbing at the ball. Third and 10 now. 77% of red zone drives, the Cowboys allow a touchdown. That's the 3rd worst in the NFL since 1990. Not the 3rd worst this year. 3rd worst since 1990. Burrow drops back to pass on the Bengals' first touchdown drive. He fires. It will be a first down to Higgins. Down inside the 5. Fighting, staying up. Will end up going down at about the 6-yard line. First down and goal now after the 3rd and 10 conversion. Love to see that, man. No time for Burrow all day today, as the chat keeps pointing out. He's running for his life, but he keeps battling, finds the receivers, gets a first down, keeps this drive alive. Man, Mims just gets beat, but that's Micah Parsons. He beats a lot of people. It's a great play by Burrow to stay upright, get that ball to T and convert the first down. 1st and goal now from the 6. Yoshivas in motion. To run up the gut, it's Chase Brown, tackled at the 5. Gain of 1. When they have defensive ends that can fight through 2 and 3 blocks, I don't know what we can do at that point. Here we go. 2nd goal from the 5. Tanner Hudson in motion. Yoshivas and Higgins at the bottom of the screen. Chase at the top. Chase Brown in the backfield with Burrow. Play clock below 5. Burrow's going to throw. It's to Chase. It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown. There we go, baby. Number 1, 9-1. That's what happens. You score touchdowns when those two guys get involved. That's big time, man. That's big time. That's big time. Tie this game up. That's a great ball. Throwing that when you can see the nameplate on Jamar's jersey. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. Great coverage, better ball. Great coverage, better ball. That's all you can say there. 11 play, 70 yards, 6-minute touchdown drive. There we go. Bengals. Cade York debut. And it's going to be a delay of game. Oh, my God. That was the ugliest extra point I've ever seen. Oh, no. Maybe the whistles messed him up, guys. The whistles messed him up. The whistles messed him up. The whistles messed him up. He's okay. Cade York 0 for 2 on the season. Both of those kicks with Washington earlier this year. Snap, hold, ready. York's about to send this one through. Kicks up. And it's good. Splits the uprights. All right. Love that. Love that. Maybe the whistles did mess him up. Camera cuts to Cade York's girlfriend, who's very happy that he made that field goal. But we might be 4-8, but I still hear something. I hear the Bengal growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Run, pass, or boot. Hoo, hoo, hoo. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. Tie ball game. Tie ball game. Tie ball game. We're all good. We got a team right here in town. They let me down a lot to sing that part of the song. They let me down a lot, man. We'll just sing the first part of the song because we are putting some points up on that board, and I would like to win this game for Cincinnati, but man. 5 more sings tonight? I'll take 5 more sings. Look, these streams are a lot more fun when we're scoring touchdowns. I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. There's only like 5 commercials that run during football, and they all get annoying by this time of the year. Maybe the Cowboys don't score again. How about that, Bengals defense? How about that? Yeah, Jake has a great question. Can I sim the defense like Madden? So I just have to watch the offense? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Just watch the offense. Have these games take half the time. You know the defense is going to score anyway. Can we just spot them 7 points, get the ball back with more time? Casey! Welcome in, killer. Good to see you. Back to Dallas. The roof is open. In December. That's something. Lots of Bengals fans in Dallas, says Aaron. Love to see that. Bengals do a good job of taking over these away stadiums. Underrated fan base in terms of travel. Underrated. York sends it deep. That'll be a touchback. Bundle Rooski is definitely at the top of my list of most hated commercials. That's definitely a good call. Gosh. 1st and 10 from the 30. Cooper Rush under center now. Hands it off to Dowdle on the right side. Going to be taken down after a gain of about 4 yards. Second and 7 now for this Cowboys offense. Lamb in motion now. Always a scary receiver when they get him in space. He's one of the best in the entire league. One of very few guys I put on the same tier as a Jamar Chase. And there's a screen pass to Lamb, and he's trying to reverse field. Makes Trey Hendrickson miss, and this is what I'm talking about. Gets around the corner, across the 50, 45, 40, 35, 30. Makes another man miss. Brought down at the 25. Lamb might be shaken up on the play. It was a big hit, but man, did he make that defense pay. A big-time play for CeeDee Lamb. Just an unbelievable play. So many missed tackles. Jermaine Pratt missed tackle. Sam Hubbard missed tackle. Trey Hendrickson juked out of his shoes. Jordan Battle held. Geno Stone, terrible angle. Mike Hilton, good. ADG, good track down. Terrible. Just absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible in every way, shape, or form. Rush throwing again. The receiver fell down. More time for the Bengals offense. That's right. Handoff up the gut. Dowdle again. It's going to be a first down and more. Down to about the 11, maybe the 10. We'll see where the spot's at. Looking like the 11 with 50 seconds to go in this first quarter. Rico Dowdle just gashing this defense through the middle. Defense is horrendous, guys. It's terrible. Another handoff to Dowdle. He tries to be patient and find some space, but defense gets home, brings him down. Pratt's terrible, guys. Pratt's horrendous. We're going to have to accept that at some point. Maybe you guys have accepted it, and I'm talking to myself. CeeDee Lamb in motion. Game Day says if they don't cut Pratt, they aren't serious about getting better. I absolutely would put him in that list. I think that is a pretty long list of guys that the Bengals need to cut if they're serious about winning. I don't know if they're going to do all of them, but I certainly hope they do most of them. That would be great to see. I've said for a long time now, the first knowledge we'll have on whether or not this Bengals team is committed to changing their ways is whether or not they eat dead money, and it's going to be cutting guys like Jermaine Pratt, like Sheldon Rankins, maybe a Geno Stone, certainly an Alex Kappa, Sam Hubbard. All these guys that just aren't great players anymore, aren't good players anymore, aren't playable players anymore, and they're eating up multiple millions of the cap next year when you can let them go and spend that money elsewhere. You have to cut these guys. You absolutely have to. And it's not something the Bengals have done a ton. But they're going to have to do that this offseason if they're committed about turning this around. And turning it around quickly, because you're not going to be able to do that if you're working with one arm tied behind your back with a bunch of contracts to really bad players. It could help the Bengals, the contract structure Mike Brown's committed to, because maybe this no dead money in past year one is going to come help out an awful lot when it comes to cutting all these guys that have been terrible free agent signings. Jong Meta would be great, guys. We've been asking for more Jong Meta runs since, I guess, week one. After the preseason, we all wanted to see him. So, I would like to see all the young guys get more reps. And then you see stuff like Dejon Anthony being inactive today. What's the excuse for having a guy like him inactive? He's a late-round pick at safety that could maybe give you more juice at a position you are the worst at in the entire league. So, I don't know what the incentive is for the Bengals to have a lot of these young players inactive. There's just no reason for it, at least in my opinion. When you have a chance now in what I think is a lost season at 4-8, I know mathematically we're still alive, but it would take a whole lot. At 4-8, why are you not trying to see what you have in all these young guys? We should be playing Myles Murphy over Sam Hubbard. I don't care what the production looks like if Murphy hasn't been great so far. We got to see what we have in these guys. We should see them all. Second down, ball's outside the 10-yard line. CeeDee Lamb at the bottom of your screen lined up with Cam Taylor-Britt. Nightmare for Bengals fans. Oh, it's picked! It's picked! Geno Stone! Geno Stone remembered how to play football! Bengals ball! Let's go, baby! Geno Stone's still the worst. I know, I agree. But let's go! We'll take luck. This Bengals defense hasn't had any luck all year long. Oh, no. Did he not catch that ball? Did he not catch that ball? He didn't catch that ball. He dropped the ball, guys. He dropped the ball. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it didn't move. It didn't move. It didn't move. It didn't move. Are we good? Chat, tell me we're good. That's a great point. That is a great point by Matt. But we're focused on whether or not this is a catch by Geno Stone. How does Cam Taylor-Britt drop that? All right, we're good. We're good. They confirmed it. They confirmed it. They confirmed it. Let's go, man. Bengals ball at the 10-yard line. Backed up now, just more yards for our MVP quarterback. Handoff up the gut. It's Khalil Herbert. Woo, look at that. Get the kid some run. Bengals only in-season trade. It's a guy who, I think that was his third carry of the year. Or third carry with the Bengals. Second 6 now for the Bengals. It's still Herbert back there with Burrow. This time going to be a pass. Burrow fires. It's caught over the middle. It's Sample out to about the 19-yard line. Great play. Almost dropped by Sample, and we know how this goes. 8 of 11 for 69 yards so far for Burrow. Chase motions to the top of the screen. It's a handoff again. This time Chase Brown gets about 5. Yes, AJ, number 85 is Grandy. And why is he on the field? I think he's a good blocker. At least that's what they say. They say he's a blocker. Burrow throwing again. Fires to Chase for the first down and more across the 40, 45 to about the 50-yard line. Great play by Jamar Chase. Jamar's playing great, man. Jamar's playing great. Always does. Motions there, gets a great catch and run. Such a great rack receiver. 4 for 46, 32 of those yards coming after the catch. Just great production from number one, and does so much of it on his own after the play. I mean, Burrow's great. Obviously gives him a lot of opportunities, a lot of deep balls, which is what he's known for, what he's the best in the league at. But the ability of his to make people miss after the run and make more out of less is phenomenal. Burrow fires. It's Khalil Herbert. Can he make a man miss? The answer is no, but it's going to be a gain of 8. 2nd and 2. Jamar and Zach laughing it up on the sideline. 5-play, 52 yards so far, taking about 3.5 minutes for the Bengals. Just across the 45-yard line. It's a run up the gut. It's Herbert again. Chopped down right at the line of scrimmage. Gain of nothing. Run blocking's bad. Khalil Herbert just runs right into Cody Ford's backside and falls down. Third and 3, Burrow in the shotgun, makes a check, formation shifts. Burrow on the move, fires on the run, incomplete, just short of Andre Yoshevas, but there's a flag down. It's going to be a hold on Cincinnati. Holding on Cordell Volson. Cowboys had a decision, fourth and short, or enforce the penalty, go third and long. They're going third and long. We're going to run it back for the Bengals with Orlando Brown out this week. Cordell Volson unbenched. Cody Ford back to tackle. Volson back in the starting lineup at guard. Third and 13 now for this Bengals offense. Backed up behind the 50-yard line. Burrow's going to throw. He's pressured again. He's running again. He throws on the run. It's caught by Higgins just short of the line to gain. It's going to be 4th and 2 or 3, right back to about where we were at to start. That penalty did nothing. Zach Taylor's going to leave the offense out there to go for this 4th and 3. All right. Might as well, right? Jermaine Burton in the game. He joins Gesicki at the bottom of the screen. It's Higgins and Chase at the top. Brown in the backfield with Burrow. Burrow looks towards Higgins and Chase. Fires to Chase Brown. That pass is incomplete. Broken up by Demarion Overshown. Cowboys ball, turnover on downs. Overshown's a great player. Texas linebacker from a few years ago. Has battled injuries. Super freak athlete. Makes a great play there on the football, incomplete pass. I don't know if that would have been a first down if Brown had caught it. That might have been short of the sticks even if Brown caught that ball. So, yeah, an interesting play design there. As we're in a commercial break now, I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be back before the game starts up again. So don't go anywhere. 7-7, Cowboys taking over after the turnover on downs. All right. Defensive stop? Defensive stop? Who says no? Who says no? Jeremy. Thanks for joining the stream. We appreciate you spending your Monday night with us. But let's go Cowboys. All right. That was a good stop. Dowdle motions into the backfield, joins Cooper Rush. 1st and 10 now for this Cowboys offense. It's a pitch to Dowdle. Pratt brings him down after a gain of about 5. Does Pratt get credit for making tackles 5 yards downfield? Oh, here's a look into the Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson diced up our defense on the Simpsons broadcast. That's good for my mental health. I mean, watch Homer Simpson just shred this Bengals defense like every other quarterback that's played him this year. Yay. That's fun for everybody. 2nd and 5. Rush under center. Play action pass. Fires Dowdle over the middle. PTSD from the Steelers game with the halfback checkdowns. Those killed us in that one. I mean, Trey Hendrickson just getting held to... He's getting held to the ends of the earth, man. That's insane. Tolbert in motion here. Rush under center. It's a handoff to Dowdle, who breaks through the first level, breaks a tackle in the second, gets down to the 21-yard line. We can't tackle anything. Nothing. First and 10 now, Cowboys offense. Handoff again. This time, Elliott up the gut. First appearance for the Ohio State legend in this one. 1 yard carry for Ezekiel Elliott. One of the best running backs of this era statistically. It hasn't been a pretty last couple years, but a phenomenal career for Ezekiel Elliott. The statistics are up there with some of the best to ever do it. Cooper Rush, throws. Missed tackle on the outside. Finally brought down by Mike Hilton. So many missed tackles. It's almost impossible. It really is almost impossible. Jermaine Pratt mugged up at the line of scrimmage. Cooper Rush in the shotgun. CeeDee Lamb to the other side of the formation. Rush fires, incomplete. Newton in coverage on Jalen Tolbert. Mike McCarthy not happy. 4th and 5. They're going to kick a field goal. Good to hold him to a field goal with that field position. That's good news. That's good news. 35-yarder. Aubrey doesn't miss many of these. Kicks up and it's straight through. 10-7 Cowboys lead. That's the Escape Room Football, gentlemen. Justin Tucker's completely washed at this point. Maybe McPherson was going to take that mantle, but certainly not the case after this season. I mean, Brandon Aubrey's the best kicker in football. It's not really that close, right? I don't think there's really a close number two. Cowboys have a lot of exciting pieces if they're healthy. I'm a Dak guy. I know a lot of people aren't. I think he's pretty good, pretty underrated. We like what we've seen out of CeeDee Lamb, obviously, in his career. He's been one of the best receivers in football. Micah Parsons, one of the best edge rushers. There's a lot of similarities to what's going on in Dallas right now, at least core of the team-wise, and what's going on in Cincinnati. There's a lot of questions to be asked about who to pay now that you've paid some of those guys. The Bengals kind of a step behind, I think that I would say, and certainly in a different situation with Trey Hendrickson compared to Micah Parsons with the age and contract size and all that different stuff. But, yeah, I mean, a big-time receiver and a big-time quarterback contract that makes a lot of things a lot harder. Yeah, 20 for 21 from 50-plus in his career. Jack, that's right. Aubrey's incredible. So consistent. So consistent. A lot of anger at Anarumo in the chat for not addressing the defense at this point in the season. I think that's warranted. Look, they haven't gotten better whatsoever since the start of the year. Maybe they've gotten worse. I mean, some of their worst games have come in the last few. I mean, they had their worst game of the season against the Steelers in a must-win game. So, yeah, it's tough. I was defending Lou for a long time. I said the talent on this defense is pretty stinking bad, and then I think he's in a tough spot in terms of calling a defense, and I still believe that. But the lack of improvement by any of the young guys on this team, I think it's time for change. Burrow jump pass, one-handed pass to Chase Brown, just unbelievable. He's running like a madman tonight. 11 for 15 for 110 yards and a touchdown. The Bengals trail 10-7, a turnover on downs and a punt. The other two. Kickoff to Khalil Herbert. He gets it out across the 30, 35, down at about the 36. Good return for Herbert. Really good return. We got a Bengals Simpsons graphics package here. Bengals 2-4 when scoring 30-plus points. The rest of the NFL is 85-6. 85-6. Handoff up the gut. It's a modest gain. Second and 7 now for the Bengals. Second and 7, balls at the 39-yard line. Fires, it's dropped by Higgins. Third and 7. Two big-time drops, one by each of the Bengals star receivers. 308 passing yards per game, 21 touchdowns in the Bengals' losses this year. 2012, Drew Brees, and this, Joe Burrow, the only players with 300 yards and over 20 touchdowns in all in their losses. Third and 7 now. Burrow runs again. He makes a man miss. He fires. It's caught downfield. It's Yoshivas across the opposite 40. Move that football. Joe Burrow continues to be incredible. Incredible. On keeping drives alive. Just the best. It's hard not to get excited that I get to watch Joe Burrow play for my team. He's not much better than that. What a play. What a play by 9. Burrow's firing again. This one deeper, caught by Chase. Gaining about 15. Five catches for 60 yards and a touchdown so far tonight for Jamar Chase. Just an absolute clinic. Burrow fires. This time Gesicki down inside the red zone, down to the 19. Modest gain of 5. Bengals down 10-7, 2nd and 5 now. Just over 3.5 minutes to go in the half. Burrow fires, this time Chase Brown. First down and more across the 10. 5, touchdown? Touchdown, the ref got knocked down. Is it a touchdown or not? The ref got knocked down. Chase Brown into the Salvation Army kettle. Did they call him out or no? Don't ruin our celebration. No! Oh, Chase Brown burnt the kettle and he's marked short. Sir! That's a touchdown! That's a touchdown, and they ruined our Salvation Army kettle celebration. That is a touchdown, and they ruined our celebration. He's in. That's a touchdown. He's so good, man. How do we have to challenge that? How is that not buzzed down? How is that not just buzzed down from the replay room or whatever, whoever does that? This should be bang, 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 touchdown. All right, move on. Let's kick the field goal. Now I got to go to commercial and do this whole song and dance. Even if it is that close, how do you not call it a touchdown? It's automatically reviewed. Call it a touchdown and have it be brought back. They do that with fumbles all the time. They let it play out. Let it auto-review, and then change it from there. Certainly wasn't obviously out, because he was in. It's going to be a touchdown, John. Don't worry. We didn't get screwed. We did get screwed out of a cool celebration, though. Chase Brown in the kettle would have been fun for everybody. They marked it on the 6, Craig? In what world did he step out on the 6? I didn't even notice that. That's insane. We got this. It's going to be a touchdown. We're going to be up 4. Then the defense might wake up a little bit. David Shaw made a good point. We already got an interception. What more are we going to ask for? He's got to be in. We got a little leak. We got a little leak. He is in. Touchdown Bengals. Love to see that. Love to see that. Call that scoreboard over my shoulder, Brett McMurphy. The way we're leaking everything. Touchdown Bengals. We'll sing again. Look. One thing I'm never going to do. Is complain about singing. I love singing. You guys might not love me singing. I know it doesn't sound great. Cade York bangs it through, and I hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry, here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Hoo-hoo-hoo, run passer boot. Hoo-hoo-hoo, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. Cade York might have kicked that over the net, Craig. I was thinking the same thing. I couldn't tell. Chase Brown's been a great late round steal. Been a really good running back for the Bengals this year as he slid into that number 1 role with the Zach Moss injury. He's been a great piece. John, we already got our turnover. I don't know if we're getting another one. I think we just got to root for field goals the rest of the way. Is our best case scenario just field goals the rest of the way out? Trade field goals for touchdown, win this game by a multiple of 4? Craig, I needed 100 points. Craig Sandlin, our host of tonight's post-game show, he's going to join me right after this one wraps up, and we'll bring y'all a full game recap. Craig says that he needed 60 points from Burrow and Chase Brown against T. Higgins, and he wants to know if he has a chance. He might. He might. Chase Brown is having a hell of a day though, so I don't think you. Oh, Burrow and Chase Brown against T. Yeah, maybe. Chase Brown's having a hell of a day so far, and Burrow's poking up some good points. I needed 100 combined from Joe and Jamar in my matchup, so we'll see what happens. Cooper Rush drops back, 3rd down or 30-yard line, fires towards Jordan Battle, but that's incomplete. Just a little low. Certainly looked like a dropped interception. Wouldn't be the first one of the day. Second and 10 now for this Cowboys offense. Cooper Rush kills the play at the line. Rico Dowdle joins him in the backfield. A lot of should have been picks in this game. Handoff to Dowdle up the middle. It's a gain of way too many for how many bodies are in there. I am not watching the Simpsons version, guys. I am not. I don't know if I could do that for an actual Bengals game. I should check it out. I'll check it out during halftime or something, though. Everyone's saying it's way behind. It's like a drive behind the actual game. That's nuts. Under 3 minutes now to go in the half. 3rd and 6. Bengals showing pressure at the line. We'll see if they bring it. It's a false start on Jake Ferguson. We'll back him up. 3rd and long. Third and 11 now for this Cowboys offense. Game day. Maybe this defense will come through with that 3 and out you were asking for. Good pressure up the middle. Joseph Osai gets home. Joseph Osai sack. Holy cow. Cowboys are going to punt it away. Holy cow. What a day. What a day. See what happens? Oh, look at that line. That D-line's so beautiful. That pass rush D-line's so beautiful. Miles Murphy, Joseph Osai, Trey Hendrickson. Oh, I should never have to watch Sam Hubbard rush the passer again. Ever, ever, ever. 2-minute warning, 4th and 20. Let's go, guys. Oh, no, I know Osai was playing inside. That's what I'm saying. Get creative on defense. Get your best pass rushers on the field. Best pass rushers on the field. Those 4 should be out there quite a bit. I love the creativity. Get ready to learn XFL, Hubbard. Good chat. Good chat, Dolce. Game Day says it's almost like they're using them how we wanted them to. Guys, look, if I've said it once, I'll say it a billion times. I think the Bengals would have many, many more wins if they just let the fans run this sucker. I think we all know what's going on here a little bit better than they do at some point. I don't know how. Usually you got to give organizations the benefit of the doubt, but time after time when I see fans on Twitter as a second gig doing a much better job than our GM and coach and everything along those lines, it's super frustrating to see. Two-minute warning. Cowboys are about to punt it away. Jacob for GM. That's the dream. That's the dream. I do it well on Madden. Bengals have a lot of Super Bowls in Madden. A lot of Super Bowls. My Bengals in Madden that I'm the GM of also aren't afraid to make some in-season trades. Maybe trade some picks here and there. I don't know. All the different broadcasts for this game, guys, all those different broadcasts are available on ESPN+. You can get the normal broadcast, the Simpsons broadcast, the Peyton and Eli broadcast. A lot of people in our chat here asking where they can watch those different broadcasts. ESPN+, or I think the Simpsons one's also on Disney+. But, yeah, they're all 3 available on ESPN+. Watching the Simpsons broadcast on Stream East is just a funny sentence. Halftime on the horizon, just 2 minutes away. At halftime, brought down at the 45 on the punt return. At halftime, guys, just 2 minutes away. I'm going to stick through like I normally do. I'm going to step away for a minute, and then I'll come back. We can talk through stats. But Nick Kirby and Chatterbox Reds is going to be live at halftime. Also on the Chatterbox Sports channel right here on YouTube. They're going to take you through an update of everything that happened at winter meetings on day one. A lot of big news in terms of connections to trades with the Reds and all the fallout from the Juan Soto deal and things along those lines. Nick Kirby and the great guys at Chatterbox Reds are going to be with you at halftime. So go ahead and hop on over there and check them out when this game reaches halftime. If you're interested in the Reds and the rest of the baseball. Fired to Chase across the middle. It's going to be a first down and a little bit more. Gain of about 11 on first down. Molly says she misses Chatterbox Reds. Molly, they're going to be here in about 1 minute and 23 seconds of game time here. Chatterbox Reds at halftime to take you through the happenings of day one of the winter meetings. So should be interesting You guys go check that out, and then come right back here for the second half of Bengals Cowboys. Minute and 10 left in this first half here. Bengals driving, 2nd and 4 after a pass to Yoshivas, now inside the Cowboys 40. Burrow's dropping back to fire. He does. It's Chase again. Just outside the red zone. This connection is just so good, guys. The Joe Burrow-Jamar Chase connection is just so good. Question in the chat, who's a worse ownership group, Reds or Bengals? I think it's pretty distantly the Reds, if we're going to be honest. I mean, the Bengals had a Super Bowl window open up for the first time, at least in my lifetime, with Joe Burrow. I mean, we could say whatever we want about those Andy Dalton teams. Maybe if he didn't get hurt in 15, we could be talking about something different. But this is the first Super Bowl window in my lifetime, and the Bengals made it the first year in 2021, and they saw the O-line was a problem. They went out and put a lot of money into the offensive line, and then they saw pass rush was a problem. They went out and got DJ Reader and Trey Hendrickson. They needed a secondary. They went out and signed Geno Stone and Von Bell. I know Geno Stone hasn't worked, and Nick Scott didn't work, but Von Bell in free agency was a great addition for that first run. So I think this front office has been much better than a lot of people want to give them credit for in terms of addressing the needs of this team and all the things are all along those lines. But yeah, certainly a lot of ways to go. But comparing the Bengals to the Reds, I think the Bengals are much, much better in terms of what the Reds have been able to do. It's certainly not a fair comparison, as a lot of the guys say in the chat. Salary cap in the NFL, no salary cap in baseball. It's a lot easier to win in the NFL, and all that stuff's absolutely true. But when those windows have opened up, I think the Bengals have done a better job of committing to that window, I guess. David asks, is the halftime Chatterbox Red stream on here or a separate stream? It's going to be a separate stream. So same channel right here on the Chatterbox Sports channel, but they're going to be going live on a separate stream to break down the first day of winter meetings. So if you want to catch what they're saying over there, just go ahead and bop out of here. Boop, slide into Chatterbox Reds. Listen to Kirby break it down at halftime. He'll be joined by someone. I'm just not sure who. Maybe Craig. Maybe Craig's doing double duty. I'm not sure. If he's in the chat, he can let me know. But yeah, no, go check that out at halftime, and then right before the second half starts, make sure you get back here and watch those last two quarters. Micah Parsons' highlight reel is not great for Marius Mims. Craig says Austin Lehman joining Kirby, or Lehman joining Kirby. So that's gonna be a good one. So make sure you go over there and check that out during halftime. 52 seconds left to go here in the second quarter. Pass here. Burrow fires. Chase off the helmet of Trayvon Diggs. That's incomplete. Jamar Chase bangs his chest. Says, my bad. Not sure what he could have done there. Off the helmet of Chase. Sorry, not Diggs. That ball hit Jamar Chase in the helmet. Micah Parsons tackled in the middle of the the defensive rush there for the Cowboys. 47 seconds to go here in the first half. 2nd and 10. Burrow fires behind the line of scrimmage to Chase Brown. He's trying to reverse field. He's backed up at the line of scrimmage. Gets across the 20. Gain of about 4. Wonderful job by Chase Brown to get something out of nothing there. Bengals call their second timeout with 37 seconds to go on the clock. There was nothing to be had there on that screen pass to Chase Brown. Absolutely nothing. And he reverses field, gets 4 yards. That's great to see, man. He's an electric player. Electric player with the ball in his hands. Burrow's been running for his life today, but not a lot to show for it in terms of sacks for the Cowboys. 3rd and 7 now for the Bengals. Burrow's throwing again. He fires this one over the head of an open Jamar Chase. 4th and 7 now. 34 seconds to go. 4th and 7. Just a missed opportunity there. An absolute missed opportunity. Misfire caused by the pressure. Just high and a few yards long, intended for Jamar Chase. Cade York for the field goal to try to give the Bengals a touchdown lead here in Dallas. Holds down York. Bangs it through the uprights. Love that. 17-10, Bengals lead by a touchdown. No songs for field goals, but we'll take points, man. We'll take points. Craig asks if Burrow was looking for Chase to head towards the pylon on that. He had to have been, just because you have a hard time believing he missed by that much, but maybe you just get hit on the arm and it affects the trajectory of the ball enough. Either the hit or miscommunication. I don't think Burrow just missed by 5 yards. Cade York going to kick this ball away after the Bengals field goal. Fires deep. It's good. Through the uprights. Cade York absolutely booms that kickoff. 30 seconds left in this half. Have to imagine the Cowboys are just going to kneel it out. Can't imagine they're going to be too aggressive here with Cooper Rush, but maybe against this Bengals defense, I would say everyone should be aggressive. I don't think I would bet on them to get a stop. Cooper Rush is throwing. He fires, this time caught by Hunter Lupke. Out of bounds. Second and 5, ball's at the 35 now. Hendrickson gets a good jump, a little bit of pressure on the backside. Pratt gets both hands on the ball, but ends up just breaking it up. It falls incomplete. But a good play on the ball by Jermaine Pratt. Third and 5 now, Cowboys offense. Bengals still have a timeout with 20 seconds left. If the Cowboys run this ball to run the clock, would you consider calling it? Never mind. Cowboys throwing. Rush drops back to pass. He's forced to run. Good pressure. He throws. Incomplete. 15 seconds left. Cowboys will be forced to punt. That's great. Love making them have to get a punt off with 15 seconds left. I don't know that the Bengals are going to do much, but you have a snap. You have a kick, you have a return, a lot of stuff that could go wrong. That's beautiful. That's a great stop. It's a good stop. Dolce, that's Marco Wilson. If you're a college football fan, you might remember the Florida corner that threw the shoe of the LSU player in 2020 that knocked Florida out of the SEC championship game That is Marco Wilson. Brandon Cooks has been everywhere around the sun in the NFL. Traded for first-round picks, I believe, more than anyone in the history of the league. He's been a productive receiver everywhere he's been. 1,000 yards. Halftime in Dallas. Bengals take a touchdown lead to the break. 17-10. Bengals up on the Cowboys. Now that it is halftime, Chatterbox Reds taking place. Separate stream right here on the Chatterbox channel. Not going to be here. Separate stream on the Chatterbox channel. If you guys want to go catch up on everything that went down today on winter meetings, go check out Nick Kirby at Chatterbox Reds here during halftime. And then before halftime ends, make sure you get right back because I'll be here with you for the whole second half. And then an immediate post-game show joined by Craig Sandlin. So should be a fun rest of the night, loaded up with Chatterbox content. Go check out Nick Kirby and Chatterbox Reds during halftime. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be back momentarily to go over a halftime box score, talk about some of the storylines of the game, and get ready for this second half. So halftime now in Dallas. Bengals up 17-10. Good couple defensive stops there at the end of the half. Maybe we can parlay that into a decent second half of the year. So yeah, it'd be nice. That'd be nice. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Just a few minutes. Go check out Chatterbox Reds during halftime as they break down everything else. I'll be back to talk about the halftime stat lines in just a minute. Need to get some more water. All right, guys. 17-10, halftime lead for the Bengals. Let's go through some halftime stats. See what's going on. Joe's playing great. Jamar's playing great. I think CeeDee's getting his numbers. Big for my fantasy game. Joe Burrow's 19 of 26 for 207 yards. 2 touchdowns on the day. 121 passer rating. Chase Brown, 16 rushing yards, but 43 through the air receiving. A touchdown for Brown and Jamar Chase. Jamar, 7 catches, which leads the game. Just an insane first half tally. 7 catches for 87 yards and a touchdown. That's the best game of a lot of guys' season. What a great half for Chase. Yoshivas, 2 grabs for 30 yards. T. Higgins, 2 grabs for 23 yards. 2 catches for Drew Sample for 13 yards as well. And then 1 catch apiece. Khalil Herbert, Mike Gesicki, 7 and 5 yards respectively. On the other side, Rico Dowdle's been effective. 6 yards per carry on 10 carries, 60 yards. No touchdowns on the ground yet for the boys. Cooper Rush, that blown coverage. I guess it wasn't a blown coverage. Mike Hilton just got stuck in cement. That wide open touchdown to CeeDee Lamb, his lone of the day. Also the interception off the chest of Cam Taylor-Britt into the hands of Geno Stone. 8 of 15 on the day is Rush for 104 yards. Zeke, 1 carry, 1 yard. CeeDee Lamb, 4 catches for 71 yards and that touchdown I mentioned earlier. Luke Schoonmaker, the number 2 receiver on the Cowboys. No one else on the Cowboys more than just 1 catch. 14 yards for Schoonmaker, 10 for Dowdle, 5 for Lupke, 4 for Ferguson. No other grabs for the Cowboys. Cowboys leading tackler Eric Kendricks with 8. Demarion Overshone in second with 5. 1 QB hit for Donovan Wilson, 3 for Osa Odigizua. 4 QB hits total for the Cowboys. Bengals, just 2 QB hits, 1 from Osai on his sack, and then Trey Hendrickson got it in the action as well. Bengals leading tackler is Jermaine Pratt with 6. Jordan Battle and McKinley Jackson tied for second with 3. Good overall half for the Bengals. This defense stepped it up quite a bit there at the end of the half. That was really good. You end the half, so I mean, you start not great, right? Cowboys come all the way down the field. First opening drive touchdown of the year. That's not pretty. That's not what we want to see. We all roll our eyes. We all say it's another Bengals game. It's another Bengals defense. This is what we've come to expect. But look what's happened since then, guys. Look what's happened since that point. Since that opening drive touchdown, the Bengals have picked off Cooper Rush in the red zone, held the Cowboys to a field goal when given a short field after a turnover on downs, and then 2 punts. Punt. That's pretty freaking good, guys. That's pretty freaking good. I see some questions in the chat I'll get to here in a second. If you guys have any other questions you want me to answer during halftime, feel free to throw them in the chat, and I'll make sure I get there. First question, Matt Quase, sorry if I mispronounced that. How long do we think Brian Callahan holds on to the Titans job? Look, I think Brian Callahan is a good offensive mind and a more than capable head coach. I don't think he has his quarterback in the building, and I think if you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, it's a death sentence for any coach. So he'll get a chance with whoever he brings at quarterback, and I'll hold my judgment on how long he'll last until I see who he drafts. So a lot of quarterbacks in this draft class I don't believe in. So a lot of them I would say, signs his ticket out of there. But maybe he gets a good one. We'll see what happens. Jack asks for some favorite draft prospects the Bengals could realistically get. It changes a lot because a lot of these wins will swing us, 3-4 slots on a draft board, which is such a hard point to look at some players. But just focusing on the first round and the range the Bengals are probably going to be in right now, I know a lot of people are going to turn their nose up at it if I say it right now, but I'm not looking at defense in the first round. I'm looking at offensive line or maybe even receiver if we get to pick high enough. And I know that sounds crazy, but if you let T. Higgins walk and Zach Taylor's going to be your head coach next year, I don't know that it's such a no-brainer that you don't need 2 elite wide receivers. I don't know that Zach Taylor necessarily is capable of calling an offense without two elite wide receivers. Obviously, I don't want to make that happen. I would personally bring T. Higgins back, but if we don't go the wide receiver route in terms of either, I would like Tetairoa McMillan from Arizona if we're picking high enough. That would certainly take a top 10 pick. Maybe you could get him in the top 12. He's a perfect T. Higgins replacement in terms of body type and even more college production than T ever had, so that'd be certainly be fun. But outside of that, more realistic Bengals draft prospects for this year, I would absolutely love either of the top SEC tackles. That's Will Campbell from LSU. I think he's an easy guard slide down into the guard position for the next couple of years, and then could slide out and play left tackle when Orlando Brown leaves. He has that kind of flexibility. I think Will Campbell would be a phenomenal pick. Wore that famous number 7 for LSU this year as an honor. Obviously, as a tackle, you can't wear number 7, so he wore 66, but he had the number 7 patch. He was given that honor as the best player on LSU this season. So that's a big deal, and we know how good LSU players have translated to Cincinnati. I would love Will Campbell in Cincinnati. The other SEC tackle I really like is Banks from Texas. I think he's really good. He got hurt in their game against A&M, was unable to play in the SEC championship game, but if he continues to not play, maybe he falls down the draft board. Bengals pick up a couple wins and are still able to draft a really, really good player. So I like Banks a lot from Texas as well. I think offensive line and getting more athletic on that offensive line is a big deal for the Bengals. I think the lack of athleticism across our offensive line really kills our run game, and I think that's been a big problem. We have to address running back 1, tight end, wide receiver 2, in both interior line spots. I certainly agree, Charles. I don't know about running back 1. I think Chase Brown has shown a lot where you don't necessarily have a huge need to go get a starting running back. I think bringing in a second running back that's worthwhile, or using a decent draft pick, a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, on a running back that you believe in getting significant reps, I don't think either of those would be a bad idea. I think adding to the backfield is certainly a need this year. Wide receiver 2, either T. Higgins or elsewhere, but significant money or draft capital has to be spent on a wide receiver if you let T. Higgins walk. And my question is, if you're going to spend the money anyway, why not just re-sign T. Higgins? So certainly a debate to be had. I'm sure we will have on all Chatterbox programming for the rest of the year. Tight end, definitely a need. Burrow has voiced his desires to have Gesicki back, so I would be surprised if they didn't just do that. It makes sense financially, and with Eric All not being ready for week 1, you're going to need a tight end to start the year. Bengals send the opening kickoff of the second half into the end zone. That's a touchback. Incomplete pass on first down. Another opportunity for this Bengals defense that was just missed there as that ball hung in the air after the deflection. 2nd and 10. Welcome back, Molly. Good to have you. Good to have you. Cooper Beebe hurt. KP, I agree. We got to trade T or re-sign him. Have to keep something, get something in return for him, or have him on the team. Rush dropping back to throw on 2nd and 10. This ball fired towards Brandon Cooks. It's caught and a flag on Josh Newton. Pass interference. It's going to be a first down, even though he's brought down short of the line to gain. Illegal contact, the call on Josh Newton. Automatic first down nonetheless. Cowboys drive stays alive. Man, frustrating. Good play. It looked like to me from Newton, just a physical play on the outside, but gets flagged, first down for the Cowboys. McKinley and the Jackson, B.J. Hill in the middle of this Bengals defense. It's a handoff up the gut to Rico Dowdle. He's brought down for a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7. The offensive line shuffle in Dak and Zeke's game to now is crazy. Zach Martin obviously hurt, not in tonight, but the longevity of his career to play at such a high level for so long is incredible. Handoff to one of the most dangerous ball carriers in football, Kevontae Turpin, brought down from behind. It's going to be 3rd and short. Thank you to everyone in the chat giving some love to my hair. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Who's my MVP front runner? Good question, Charles. I wish I could say Joe Burrow, but I just can't. I think it should go to Saquon Barkley, but we all know it's a quarterback award. I think Saquon Barkley deserves the award. I don't think any quarterbacks that could win it, since we're excluding Joe, are the best at their position. I think that's important to win MVP. Rush fires downfield. It is caught at the 40. Kevontae Turpin again. First down. Turpin just finds the soft spot. Gets the first down. AJ, you watch it. First and 10 now from the 41-yard line. Jonathan Mingo in motion. It's a play-action pass. Check down to Schoonmaker. AJ, I'm not bald up top. No. None of that. I got good hair. I don't need any of this. The Bengals give me enough flack, enough pain. I don't need the chat piling on, too. Second and 2 now for this Cowboys offense. Fullback in I formation. Brandon Cooks in motion. It's a handoff up the gut. Rico Dowdle, no one's there. He breaks it for more. Across the 20, 15, 10. Pushed out of bounds at about the 7-yard line. They're in an I formation with a fullback in the game and the running back behind him, and no one thinks that, hey, they might run it. They're not even in an I formation. The camera angle was playing tricks on me. The fullback's offset, and they ran his way, and no one knew. No one knew! Now Dak smug clapping in the press box. Is Dak smug or pompous, chat? CeeDee Lamb in motion. Handoff, Ezekiel Elliott. It's a gain of 3. Geno Stone, little head-to-head contact there on Rico Dowdle. He gets a good stare down in after a 20-yard, 15-yard run. Cooper Rush making some checks at the line. Takes the shotgun snap. Rush fires. It's caught. Wide open end zone, Brandon Cooks. But there's a flag. Who's the flag on? Who's the flag on? It's on us. Of course it is. Josh Newton holding. Penalties declined. We got a tie game pending an extra point, folks. He held the guy that caught the touchdown. He held and he got beat for a touchdown. How do you hold and get beat? How do you hold and get beat? Tie game. Oh, man. What a defense. What a defense. They can't even hold well. You're right, Joshua. You're right. What a frustrating game. Just another bad offense picking us off one by one. One by one. If you're going to foul, make it count. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. You have to. If you're going to hold, you got to knock the guy down or something. I don't know. Make it pass interference. Make it something that matters. John, that's not very optimistic. He says we'll suffer another loss. Your name's Optimistic John. You shouldn't be saying stuff like that. We're going to win this game. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be enjoyable. We're not a good football team, but we're going to get a win. And we're going to cover the 4.5. I hope. I hope we do. I hope we do. I hope we do. There we go, Chase. I like the vibes. Bengals are going to win. We need the vibes. We need good vibes. Checking on the bets during the commercial break. We do need to hear the Bengal growling. That's right. We need more points. We need more songs. No, yeah, David. Sadly, I understand the joke. Sadly, I do get the joke. Bengals still live, -3.5 favorites. College football playoff. If you guys watch Off the Bench, you know I can talk about that all day. 17-17. We're inching closer to that over. Kicks deep. It's in the end zone. It's knelt down. Bengals offense will take over at the 30. 19-26 for 207 yards and 2 touchdowns. I mean, just cook, Joe. Just cook. .240 yards in the first half. It's a season high. Burrow's going to drop back to pass, try to add on to that. He floats this one to Chase. It's caught. Not quite a first down, but it's going to be close. 2nd 1. Higgins is playing. He's just not playing a lot. Bengals with like a good route combo, play action pass. What a world we live in. $11 targets, 8 catches, 95 yards for Jamar Chase. I mean, Jesus Christ, kid. Handoff on this play. It's Chase Brown. He gets first down and more across the 45, down to about the 48. Nearing midfield. Hey, guys, T. Higgins is in there. He's playing. He's not hurt. Thrown there across the middle. Jamar Chase caught. Still no sacks for this Cowboys defense. Joe Burrow nearing 30 pass attempts. Still no sacks. Great work by this offensive line. I mean, I know he's been running. I know he's made some guys miss. There's been some opportunities there. Certainly hasn't been a perfect game, but anytime Joe Burrow can be sackless, 30 throws into the game, that's good to see. Second and 4, it's a play action pass. Burrow makes another man miss. Another man miss. Parsons in pursuit. It's too much. Burrow throws it away. 3rd and 4. Third down now for the Bengals. Burrow not sacked, but takes the hit as if he was. Third and 4, Burrow in the shotgun. He's going to throw. Fires. Caught by Jamar Chase. I mean, this guy, man. This guy. This guy's really good, man. Really, really good. What a great route. 13 targets, 10 catches, 109 yards, and a touchdown for Jamar Chase. And oh yeah, there's 8 minutes left in the third quarter. Handoff on this play. Chase Brown, he gets to the second level, but tripped up. When you see him get into open space, you know how that can go. So close to breaking one of those. Just tripped up. Second and 4 now. Incomplete on 2nd and 4. Burrow just throws it into the ground. Ends the play. Flag down in the secondary. Cordell Volson went downfield. There's a penalty. 2nd and longer. I mean, Volson just took off, man. He just took off. He was 10 yards downfield. Play action on this play. Burrow fires over the middle. It is intercepted if it didn't bounce. Malik Hooker with the pick. That ball was low. He could have trapped it. We'll take a look, but that's a pick. That's caught. Cowboys ball. That's a hell of a catch. Terrible ball. Terrible ball. Man, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. I don't know what the excuse is there unless it's a miscommunication Or just a bad throw. We got to remember Joe Burrow's not perfect. Maybe it's just a bad throw. Maybe it's just a bad throw. Jade, you called it. Jade, you called it. We are cursed in the third quarter. We absolutely are. Who was he throwing to? You guys are all asking the right questions here. You're asking the right questions. You're asking the right questions. Yeah, we got no defense, and Joe's getting hit every single play. It's not a recipe for success. Obviously, you can't have mistakes like that. Aaron, that's right. No, Aaron says there's a lot of ball knowers in this chat, and no, that's absolutely right. That's the biggest thing about Chatterbox Bengals. We love our community. We love our chat. You guys are great. You guys always know what you're talking about. Most of the time. I don't want to give you guys too much credit. Most of the time, you all know what you're talking about, and then sometimes you disagree with me, and then obviously you're wrong. Wide open pass, Jake Ferguson, and they're already chunking it away. Burrow frustrated on the sideline. Clearly says, "What are you doing?" Seems like miscommunication. Big run. You seem nervous. You got to be positive for us. Look, Heine, we're 12 weeks, 13 weeks into the season. This is week 14 now with the bye. I've been as positive as I can be. This is starting to get to me. This team's frustrating to watch, man. Frustrating to watch. 2nd and 3. Defense bunched up at the line of scrimmage. It's a jet sweep to CeeDee Lamb, who doesn't get there. 3rd and short. He goes down. Rush keeps for the first down. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. Cooper Rush, QB sneak, 1st down, of course. 1st and 10 now, 47-yard line for the Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb motions. Cooper Rush with the kill. Barely gets the snap off, but he does. Handoff up the gut, cut down. No gain on the play. If it was short. Second and 10 now, Cowboys after the no gain on Rico Dowdle on the run. Direct snap to Devontae Turpin. He fakes the pitch. He gets the corner. It's a 1st down. Creative play there by the Cowboys. Fakes the pitch to CeeDee Lamb. You know how much attention CeeDee Lamb gets. Turpin spins forward for the first down. Incomplete on first down, 2nd and 10. Second and 10 now, Cowboys offense. CeeDee Lamb waving his arms at the top of the screen that he's one-on-one with Cam Taylor-Britt. He gets the ball. That's one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen. That is one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen. CeeDee Lamb was one-on-one with Cam Taylor-Britt. He looked at Cooper Rush, and he goes and points at Cam Taylor-Britt and then runs a slant straight into his face mask, and he gets the catch. That is as disrespectful as it gets right there. It's a run up the gut on third down. They're going to get it and more. Inside the 30 now is Dowdle. Two minutes to go here in the third. 1st and 10 now for the Cowboys. Motion here by Ezekiel Elliott. Russell run. Maybe a sack? I don't know whether he got back across the line or not, but it's going to be a penalty on the Cowboys for a late push against Jermaine Pratt. Good flop. Good flop. Hey, if Jermaine Pratt can't cover or tackle, at least he can flop and draw a penalty. That's good stuff. 2 offensive calls, holding and then a post snap. You obviously take the personal foul, 5 more yards. Give me the 15. There we go. Push him back. Luke Schoonmaker, Michigan man, playing outside the rules. Harbaugh probably taught him how to cheat. Hold on Cooper Beebe's replacement on a good pass rush by McKinley Jackson. Have to wonder where he'd get with without that hold. Big shove there by Schoonmaker. Maybe not even that much of a flop by Pratt. I mean, that's a pretty serious shove there. Rush fires. It's short. It's caught by Zeke, but it's a gain of about 1. It's going to be 3rd and 25. Third and 24. 3rd and 24. Tie game as the clock ticks. 55 seconds to go in this third quarter. Rush takes the snap. It's a draw up the gut. Dowdle has it, and he has space. He's across the 30 and cut down. Thank God it was 3rd and 24, because anything else, he would have gotten it. But now comfortably in Brandon Aubrey field goal range after the 14-yard run. They'll trot him out there and try to take the lead. Oh, that B.J. Hill tackle was a sack. Good job, Bengals defense. We'll take him any way we can get him. Clock's ticking down. It's going to go to the end of the third quarter. Cowboys are going to trot it down to the other side of the field. Four's up, chat. Four's up. Four's up. Four's up. We'll be right back for the fourth quarter in just a second. Four's up, everybody. Fourth quarter, chat. It's the fourth quarter, chat. It's the fourth quarter. We're ready to rock. 47-yard field goal attempt for Brandon Aubrey. Snaps down, holds down. And Aubrey brings it through. Sadly, 2017 lead for the Cowboys as we start this fourth quarter. 17-10 lead just a few seconds ago, it feels like. 10 unanswered points for the Cowboys. And don't you just love sports these days? Right back to a commercial break. All right, can we win a football game or not? What do we think? What do we think, chat? All right, there we go. I got to figure out where you guys are at. I got to figure out where our headspace is at. Here. Are we optimistic? We do need vibes, Aaron. We do need vibes. That's right. That's right. The season's traumatized me too, Jade. It's tough to believe. It's tough to believe. It's tough to believe. Blackmore believes. Blackmore believes. Blackmore. It's a breath of fresh air for the belief. Oh. Can Jermaine Pratt just start flopping and drawing penalties after every missed tackle? Wouldn't that be a good hack? Every time they get a big play and miss tackle downfield, you flop, draw a penalty. Oh, bring it back. Two of the best linemen in the league, their team's respective Man of the Year nominees, Orlando Brown, Zach Martin. Cowboys and Bengals, Walter Payton Man of the Year nominees this season. Bengals down 3. 20-17 after 10 unanswered points by the Cowboys. That is 37 total points for anyone that's counting. 14:55 left to go in this fourth quarter. Kicks brought out of the end zone or from the goal line by Khalil Herbert. He's out across the 30 again. Net of about 2 yards, but a good return there from Herbert. Here we go, baby. Burrow straight downfield, touchdown, bang, 24-20. 3 and out, touchdown again. There's our over, there's our cover, there's our win. We all go home happy. Under center on first down. Fakes the handoff to Brown. He loads up. He fires. It's the check down to Chase Brown. He makes one man miss. It's going to be a first down and a little bit more. Out across the 45, nearing the 50. Chase Brown special. Electric with the ball in his hands. I think Chase Brown might be one of those cornerstone pieces we talk about. Maybe he's a running back that you believe in for the long term to be the lead guy in this backfield, and you add him to that list of guys you're willing to focus on building around. Burrow to throw again, finds Chase, not Brown, but Jamar, and it's a first down. Number 1 is having a hell of a day. Burrow under center on 1st and 10. It's Chase Brown behind him. He'll get the ball. He'll cut through the middle of the defense. That's another first down. Chase Brown just chunk after chunk after chunk running this football and in the receiving game. Such a versatile ball carrier. Such a great piece to have on this team. He gets overlooked a lot, what he's done this year, the steps he's taken this year. That gets overlooked a lot when talking about, how this season's gone. We overlook the positives, and he's certainly been one. T. Higgins is on the field, guys. A lot of people asking whether or not he's been banged up. You see him in motion there behind Joe Burrow. He's been in the game, at least as far as I've been able to tell all day today. Chase Brown out to about the 30. That's going to be a first down. They didn't give it to him the first time. Set a 9-yard run. That's okay. He'll tack 3 more on. Demarion Overshown down for Dallas. That'd be a real shame. One of the great young players in football, one of the best young linebackers in football. Contract year for the guy who's dealt with injuries really his entire NFL career. Really a shame to see him go down there in a season for the Cowboys at 5-7. That's probably out the window. You got to root against injuries. First down for the Bengals when we come back here. I mean, we know we got to score. I don't know if tying the game does us much good. Obviously, you'd like to not be behind, but we're going to need touchdowns on offense because this defense is not going to get a stop. I don't think that's going to happen for us. We had our run. We had a couple 3-and-outs there. We had a field goal on a short field. We had some stops. I think we've maxed out our asks from this defense today. I don't think that's so good. Touchdowns the rest of the way. The only game we've relaxed in the fourth quarter was the Raiders game. That's right, Jade. It's been a roller coaster every single game. Even the wins have been ugly. And all of the losses have been ugly except for Philadelphia, which I guess was the ugliest, but probably the least painful. Bengals only had one possession in the third quarter. Is that true? That's crazy. Yeah. The interception was the only drive they had. Wow. Oh, Ted Karras right on the leg of Demarion Overshone. That's a shame. That does not look good. 1st and 10 now for the Bengals, but man, what a brutal loss for this Cowboys team. Jamar Chase in motion to the bottom of the screen, lined up with Gesicki. It's T. Higgins and Yoshivas at the top. Burrow finds Gesicki as he's getting hit. It's a first down. What an unbelievable throw by Burrow. I'm a broken record here on offense. Chase Brown touched the ball. It's wow, he's electric. Jamar Chase makes a great play. He does that every other play. And then there, Joe Burrow, another amazing one. It's the usual suspects on offense. Just clobbered off the edge, and that's not nobody. That's Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons just clobbers Joe Burrow off the edge, completely untouched on that play. Burrow slow to get up, but still able to get that throw off and get the first down. Just unbelievable to stand in that pocket, but he's got to stop taking some of these hits, man. Mike Gesicki down to about the 12-yard line. 26 of 35 for 274, 2 touchdowns and a pick so far today for Joe Burrow. Burrow in the gun. Jamar Chase at the bottom, Yoshivas T. Higgins at the top. It's a handoff to Chase Brown, cut down at the 10-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Overshone immediately ruled out with a knee injury. Certainly not a great sign, but bigger fish to fry here for the Bengals. 3rd and 2. It's Yoshivas, Gesicki, and Chase at the top of your screen. It's T. Higgins at the bottom. Chase Brown in to help block. Burrow fires quick. It's T. Higgins. It's out of his reach. 4th down and 2. Good coverage there by the Cowboys defense. Just a frustrating play call. You don't look his way really all game long. And then in a must-have it spot on 3rd and 2, you throw a fade route to the end zone. Just that one's a little bit puzzling to me. You really needed 7 there. Really needed 7 there. But Cade York lined up to try to kick this 29-yard field goal. Glad we're getting close for him, man. Glad we're getting close. 4th and 2, snaps down, holds down, kicks up, and good. That is a tie ball game now. Tied at 20 in Dallas. Under 10.5 minutes to go. 10:24 in this fourth quarter. I don't like this either, Mike Gackley. Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good to be in a tie game with this defense, really, ever. Unless you're up by multiple scores, you're not feeling great. So, yeah, a tie game's not the best. Not the best. Likes equal wins, people. You're right, Mike Ackley. You're right. Likes do equal wins. Likes do equal wins. That's how we're going to get this team across the finish line. We got to like the stream. Make sure we're liking the stream. Script writers are writing a Cade York game winner. I hope so. I hope you're right. I'll take any kind of game winner. What do you guys think T. Higgins is going to get on the open market? I think that's a good question right now. See some debate about it in the chat. I think he's going to push 30. I think someone's going to pay him as much as anyone. Which is when I wonder whether or not... Actually, I don't wonder. I don't think he's worth that much money. T. Higgins wants Juan Soto money. Imagine if those were contracts in every sport. That'd be crazy. 15-year contract in football. Guys don't even play that long. It's just nuts to sign contracts for over a decade. Even when Mahomes signed that 10-year contract, it was wild to me. Someone will absolutely pay T. You're right, Andrew. Someone will absolutely pay him. He'll get 30, in my opinion. There's a lot of teams that are desperate for a number one pass catcher. We've seen what that's been able to do for an offense. And when T. Higgins is healthy, that's what he is. I mean, I think he's a number one. Hasn't been his night tonight, but when he's been out there and been healthy, he's been one of the best receivers in football in his career. So we'll certainly be interested to see how he's attacked on the open market. Josh Allen scoring 6 touchdowns yesterday and losing. It was just nice that someone else got a taste of our medicine. Joe Burrow's been doing stuff like that all year long, putting up unbelievable numbers. York sends it deep. Always try to keep it away from Kevontae Turpin. He will again. Sends this one into the back of the end zone. 3 ampersands out in the chat, David Blumen. I love that. I love the 3 ampersands out. We need those vibes. We need those vibes. Ooh, we got 2 Monday Night Football games next week. I didn't even know that. 2 Monday Night Football games next week. Falcons, Raiders, Bears, Vikings. Those might both be stinkers. But we got 2 of them. Here we go. Cooper Rush takes over at the 30. It's a handoff up the gut. Stuffed in the backfield by Jermaine Pratt. It's a loss of a yard. Great play. Great play, 57. Loves to see that. Let's get a stop, D. Who says no? Who says no? Deep ball. Broken up Marco Wilson. Third and 11 now for this Cowboys offense. Defense, one more play. One more play. Marco Wilson's had a good day. Bengals bring pressure. Geno Stone gets home free. Incomplete pass. No one home. That's all Geno Stone. Hell yeah, Geno! Hell yeah, Geno! But he did something! Untouched up the gut. Ballsy call by Lou Anarumo. You bring both safeties. Ballsy call. Man, Lou put him on the table there. Way to get home, Geno. Way to get home. That's a hell of a stop, D. Good punt. Backs Williams up inside the 30. Or inside the 20, I should say. He gets it out to about the 25. Joe Burrow and the Bengals out to try to win this football game. 20-20. Man, this feels big. This feels like a big drive. I know the season's probably over. I know all this stuff doesn't matter, but when you have guys playing at such a high level as our offense, finally getting one, I think that means a lot. I think that means an awful lot. If they turn the ball over here, I'm going to be crushed. Jay, don't even put that in the air. If they turn the ball over here, I'm going to be absolutely crushed. Marco Wilson might be a dog, guys. Marco Wilson might be a dog. It's a developing story we're going to have to check in on later. But Marco Wilson might be a dog. Come on, offense. 9.5 minutes. 9.5 minutes. Oh, man. We aren't mathematically eliminated until we lose tonight. All right. Burton is active tonight. He hasn't played much, but I have seen him in there. He is active tonight. 1st and 10, 26-yard line. Handoff up the gut. Chase Brown to the 30. Cowboys only 1-5 in home games. I mean, this is just a team that you should beat. This is a team that, honestly, this season so far, the Bengals have beaten. It's a bad football team. The fact that we're tied 20-20 right now is pretty frustrating. But at some point, we're going to have to realize that we might be a bad football team, too. Burrow throwing. It's Tanner Hudson across the middle. First down and more, 45, out to about midfield. Great play there by Hudson. Tanner Hudson. Usually I get mad when he's on my screen, but a good play there. Tanner Hudson, man, he's not fun to watch until he makes a play like that, and I'll take it. I'll take it, guys. I'm still mad about that week 1 fumble. First and 10 now, 8:20 to go. T. Higgins in motion. It's a pitch to Chase Brown. Can he get the edge? He cannot. Stacked in the backfield, a loss of about 4. Maybe we eliminate the toss play for the rest of the game. Ten tackles already tonight for Eric Kendricks. He's been a great piece in the middle of that defense. Catch fumble potentially by Andre Yoshivas. Is this not incomplete? Are we sure this isn't incomplete? Is that incomplete? Please be incomplete. That's got to be incomplete. Incomplete. That's an incomplete pass. No catch. Let's go. We live to fight another day. There we go. Oh, man. Thank God he didn't catch that cleanly. Yoshi got incredibly lucky. Burrow drops back to pass, pressured again, running again. He's sacked. He fumbled it, but Hudson recovered. 4th down. He got hit in the helmet. He might have also got face masked. Probably should have been a penalty. I mean, hands straight to the face. That should have been a penalty. I mean, how is that not a penalty, guys? Guys, what are we doing? I don't know how many more weeks I can take a LASIK tweet at the refs in the Bengals game. How do you not call that? How do you not call that? You can't grab more of the face mask. How do you miss that? We never get calls, man. We're not even asking for 50-50 calls. We're asking for blatant face masks on our quarterback. They never give him calls. I mean, how do you miss that? It's the second time that's happened this year to the Bengals in a crucial situation. You don't get an obvious face mask call. Maybe Burrow has to be more vocal about this stuff. The quarterbacks that talk get the calls. The quarterbacks that yell at the refs get the calls. Dowdle up the middle. It's a first down and more out to about the 35. $18 carries for a career-high 131 rushing yards. Play action pass. Rush misses Ferguson. 2nd and 10. Why wouldn't you just run it every play? Second and 10 now. Bengals defense asked again, has to get a stop. Rush throwing again, pressured this time. Fires incomplete high on Brandon Cooks. 3rd and 10. All right, 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10, force a punt. 3rd and 10, force a punt. Third and 10, force a punt. Jung Meta's in the game, and he doesn't look like he knows where to line up. Hendrickson with the pressure, misses Rush. Rush fires a duck. Incomplete, 4th and 10. Bengals offense will get another chance. There we go. Trey almost got home. Just missed it. Akeem Davis-Gaither batted this pass down, and without it, it's probably a first. Caught inside the 20, out to about the 25. Flag on the play. Illegal block in the back. Tanner Hudson going to back the Bengals up. Oh, nice. 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 Burrow put a brace on his knee during the break. In between possessions, Burrow put a brace on his knee. Woo! Yay! Oh, my God. We're going to kill him. We're going to kill him in a season that doesn't matter. Oh, my God. We're going to kill him in a season that doesn't matter. We're going to kill him in a season that doesn't matter at all. We're going to kill him. You got to protect players from themselves. You got to protect players from themselves. If Joe Burrow's banged up, you're 4-8, man. He shouldn't be adding braces to get back in the game. You got to shut him down. You got to shut him down. Man, if he gets hurt. I mean, if he gets hurt in these next 5 weeks, next 4 weeks and 5.5 minutes, I'm going to be irate. And now you're just throwing him right back in there with a brace on. What, we're going to win this game? And then what? I don't understand why. I understand why players don't want to get pulled. I don't understand why any fans are like banging the table that he needs to keep playing. And I see it a lot. You got to protect him. First and 10, backed up inside the 15-yard line. Burrow's playing with the brace on now, and he's running on the first play, and he makes a great throw to Jamar Chase. First down. He's so good. Just runs around the pocket, finds Jamar on the run, 15-yard first down. You know. Burrow throwing again, this time to Yoshivas. He catches this one. Down at the 35. Come on, offense. If we're going to play him, they might as well win. Come on, Joe. Yoshivas and Chase, bottom of your screen. T. Higgins at the top. This ball dropped by Chase. There is a late flag. PI. Move the sticks, baby. Move the sticks. At some point, you just don't want to get beat anymore. Jamar Chase, 12 catches, 136 yards. At some point, you just don't want to get beat anymore. And I think this Cowboys defense is finally just saying, I don't want to get beat anymore. Burrow in the gun. It's a handoff up the gut. Chase Brown. It's about 4. Again, he just gets the most out of everything he can. Rings out the towel on every single carry he has to maximize the production. You got a team coming in with the Dallas Cowboys at 5-7, and the Bengals coming in at 4-8. Yeah, Michael Parsons, he's on the sidelines taking a breather. Get it within field goal range. Are we trying to get into field goal range? What is field goal range? Do we know? Do we know what field goal range is right now? Burrow fires. Screen pass to Jamar. Can he get the first down? He can. Holding on Yoshivas is going to bring that back. Look at it. Jordan Lewis, who is blocking. That's pretty soft. That's pretty soft. I mean, it is holding, but it's pretty soft. Second and 17 now for Joe Burrow and this Bengals offense. It's going to be holding. Oh, my God. Parsons hits him again. Second and 20 plus now. You got to hold better, Cody. I guess he knocked him down, but Parsons still able to get a little bit of a hit on Burrow. Second and 26, screen pass to Chase Brown. Doesn't get you much. It's going to be a gain of about 6. It's going to be 3rd and 20. 3rd and 20. 20. Third and 20. Untouched pressure. Burrows goes down. It's a sack. Yeah, untouched. Sack. Two minutes left. Bengals are going to have to punt it away. Seen a lot of ball games in the chat. That's not the vibes we want to hear. That's not the vibes we want to hear. We got to have some optimism here. Yeah, Craig makes a good point here. Let's not just give Cooper Rush the benefit of the doubt of getting a game-winning drive here. Hey, the Bengals maybe you do something. Maybe you get another stop. Rico's got to let that cannon of a leg hum right now. You got to let that sucker rip, man. Back-to-back chances for the offense to break this tied game. Just unable to do it. There's few things better than the Corona Extra Christmas palm tree, Craig. That's right. No, that's right, Aaron. Yeah, Aubrey has some of the best range in the entire league, so we'll see what happens here. Certainly not much distance that they'll probably have to cover in order to get into field goal range. Defense is going to have to come out hot and probably get a 3-and-out, or maybe you might have wiggle room for one first down, depending on where this punt goes. I mean, it's all dependent on where this punt goes. Vibes for this last 2 minutes is all dependent on where this punt goes. Devontae Turpin back for the punt, and I've said it time and time again. This is a scary returner. You can't give him a chance to return. Oh, it's blocked. Oh, my God! Oh, it doesn't matter. It's way short of the first down line. Wait, what does that mean? Why are the Cowboys players like upset? It's our ball. That's a first down. That's a first down. First down! Oh my God! Oh my God! Wait, why? Why isn't he just like 15 yards short of the first down and it's turnover on downs? I don't understand. Wait, what? Hell yeah! Oh my God! I have never seen that before. All right. Come on. Burrow fires to Yoshivas. Oh, man. Second and 3. Handoff, Chase Brown, first down and more, out to about the 40. What a ferocious runner. .135 and ticking. This would be the funniest Cade York game winner of all time. Chase Brown, man. Chase Brown. Just don't play for a field goal. Oh, Jamar made a man miss. Jamar made a man miss. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Yes! 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 Let's go! Let's go! Clean 40-yard ton for Jamar. Have a day, one. 14 for 177 and 2. Ooh! That's a lead, baby. Come on. Come on. 61 seconds can't be too much time for Cooper Rush. Oh, it can't be. Hear the Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry. An offensive brute, hoo hoo hoo. Run past or boot, hoo hoo hoo. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. I don't know if winning the game's good, but once the games are going, we got to win them. I can't root against this team. Come on, man. Oh, man. Let's go. Come on, defense. 61 seconds. Oh, Craig, that'd work. That'd work. What a time to be alive. Wow. Wow. First and 10 for Cooper Rush. 61 seconds to go. Ball's on the 30. He finds CeeDee Lamb across the middle. Come on, guys. Come on. First and 10. Cooper Rush in the shotgun. Takes the snap, scans the field, runs and falls down. Clock's running down to 40. Come on, Bengals. Trey! Come on, 91! Way to be heard of, man! 30 seconds, Cowboys timeout, third down. Come on, boys. Come on. Trey Hendrickson, after a couple lackluster weeks, man, way to step up in the biggest moment. In the absolute biggest moment. Our big players came to play. 31. 3rd and 15. Trey Hendrickson might have jumped. No flags. Caught in the middle of the field, brought down. That's ideal. They're going to have to use their last timeout. Coming out of a timeout, Lou's got a chance to cook up here. Fourth and 7 for the Cowboys. 24 seconds to go. This is the game. Trey Hendrickson held like crazy, but it doesn't matter. Incomplete pass. Bengals ball. Bengals win. Let's go. Let's go, man! What a play, guys. There were options open. There were options open. What a win. Oh, it feels good to win one. It feels good to win one of the close ones. And they did. The entirety of that game, it felt like one that we've seen the Bengals lose time after time again this year, but not the case. Bengals take the win 27-20 in Dallas, and you know what zeros on the clock means. That means Craig Sandlin's waiting in here on the back end, and we're ready to give y'all a post-game show. So I'm going to rip this intro, and then we'll... Puts it right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30. The 20. He will score.
To the end zone. Down the field. And it is deflected. And gone. Touchdown. A.J. Green.
Back to throw. Men are coming late. Look right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5 touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good.
Corey Dillon. He's gone. The knockout punch. You're looking at it. 65 yards. And And back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
How about that, Craig? We get a win. We win a nail biter. This felt for the longest time of this one like a game that the Bengals just don't win. But we're here on a Monday night talking about a 27-20 victory. The Bengals went down to Dallas, picked up the win at the end over the Cowboys. 27-20 is your final. I'm joined by Craig Sandlin for the postgame as always. Craig, how are we doing? Feeling pretty good. I don't know if this helps us or not, but when the games are on, I'm certainly rooting for the Bengals. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, you can't help but root for them, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you might as well try to have some fun. And what better way to win a ball game by having your own punt blocked and giving yourself an extra possession? Listen, we've been saying all year, find a way to win, and guess what? They found a way to win. So can't complain about it too much. At the end of the day, we'll take this dub. And like I said in the chat, Jacob, what do you think? Should that blocked punt be the thing that catapults the Bengals back into the playoff picture?
Hey, look, you said it, not me, so I put it as the last line on the ticker here today. Back door? Is it cracked open? Is it at least not locked and we just have to find it? I don't know, but we'll get to it as we go. But
Stop it. In the words of Denny Green, the Bengals are who we thought they were.
They are. No,
like they're still not a good football team.
And that's exactly what we learned tonight. And this game was only on prime time because they started doodling forward about 2 months ago. Otherwise, these two bad teams would have been flexed out. So the only reason we're even here at almost midnight on the East Coast on a Monday night is because the animators at Disney Plus were hard at work for that Simpsons broadcast. This is not a good Cowboys team. 27-20 win in Dallas over the Cowboys. If you told me that preseason, I would have probably had that as a top 3 or 4 win on the schedule for us. Talking about a playoff hunt, playing against a team probably at the top of the NFC, but with the way the seasons have gone for both of these respective squads so far, certainly not the case for either team. I saw a graphic before the game that with a win, the Bengals had a 3% chance to make the playoffs, and with a win, the Cowboys had a 2% chance to make the playoffs. So, a real battle of juggernauts in either conference. Maybe a Super Bowl preview, at least mathematically not eliminated yet. Well, the Cowboys might be now. But, yeah, the Bengals played a game where they really gave away their opportunities to win this one, and they were continually gifted with second and third and fourth and fifth chances. And finally, they capitalized on one. Jamar Chase makes a man miss and scores down the sideline, a story we've told in Cincinnati many, many times since we drafted him. And the Bengals pick up the win the only way the Bengals know how. Timely sack from Trey Hendrickson, a 370-yard passing game from Joe Burrow, and 180 yards from Jamar Chase. How else have the Bengals won games this year? They win games because their star players play like star players. And I know it hasn't resulted in what we've wanted this season to be, but I do think that's important because if you look around the league, and even if you look in Cincinnati, there's a guy who people were asking about whether or not he was active tonight based on the production in the game. T. Higgins was active tonight. He played as much of the game as I expected him to play in terms of when I saw him in there. And he was targeted 5 times, 2 catches for 23 yards. When you look around the league and even at T. Higgins, a lot of the elite talent in this league disappears for some games. And I know Jamar had the questions earlier this year about whether or not he can do it without T. Higgins. I think he put that to bed towards the end of that stretch where he went off at the last couple of games there without T. Higgins. These guys, for the Bengals, they're star players. They don't disappear. At least not for long stretches. These guys are consistent, and they're consistently really, really good, especially Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has been nothing short of incredible this year. I know he missed a couple throws today. The interception was certainly not pretty, but that's a guy who gave the Cowboys – what did the Cowboys end up with sack-wise? The Cowboys had 2 sacks on the day. I believe 2 sacks on the day on Joe Burrow, one of them which shouldn't have even counted with a face mask on the takedown there. And they pressured him so many more times. His ability to extend plays and find the receivers downfield is just unbelievable, and it's something we talk about every single week. I'm sure we'll have some plays for you guys on Tuesday. But the way these star players continue to uplift the roster around them, I know it hasn't resulted in wins every step of the way, but it's great to see that from the few cornerstone pieces that we think we have in Cincinnati.
Yeah, Burrow with his 4th straight game over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns in each of those games, 2nd longest streak in NFL history for that combination of stats. I mean, it really is a shame that this Bengals team has floundered what is really a historic year out of Joe Burrow. And I laugh as you were saying that, because the TV was showing Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase planting some donuts in each other's face and rubbing the icing all over it. So
at least they're having fun.
At least they're having fun now, right? I mean, Jamar Chase wasn't having fun earlier this year. Safe to say, I think he had fun tonight. 14 catches, 177 yards, and 2 touchdowns. You mentioned the game sealer 40-yarder, making a man miss and getting to the end zone. Look, Jacob, I said at the intro, like, this still is not a good overall team, but the truth of the matter is that offensively, this team is good enough to compete with any team in the league. And when you get a defensive game where they hold an opponent to 20 points, even if it is the Cooper Rush-led Dallas Cowboys, who came into tonight with the 30th overall ranked PFF offensive grade in the NFL and the 31st graded run game in the NFL, who then go off for 18 carries and 131 yards, 7.3 yards per pop out of Rico Dowdle, doesn't really give me a whole lot of confidence moving forward. I realize, like you mentioned, a couple key plays at the end of the game with Trey Hendrickson finally getting home on a sack to wrap it up. But look, I think if we're being honest with ourselves, the key pieces here is that Joe Burrow wasn't seriously injured on that sack. That's the most important thing that happened tonight, is that Joe Burrow wasn't seriously injured. And, they pick up the dub. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm not going to sit here and act like Jacob's not a weird enough fan to go into off the bench tomorrow morning calling for the playoff berth to be back on the table. But
no, I said we got to win the next 2 before I do that. This is one.
Great. I'm happy we get one more week before you really dump off the deep end. But look, a lot of obvious deficiencies still. I think the Simpsons broadcast on that first CeeDee Lamb touchdown had Homer Simpson in at quarterback. I think Homer Simpson legitimately could have thrown that touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb. He was so wide open on Mike Hilton, but I tip the cap. They found a way to win, even if it was handed to them by a special teams blunder, but it is what it is. You pick up the dub and you keep the momentum going.
Absolutely. Never apologize for wins, especially when you're sitting at 4-8 and you need every single one that you can for locker room morale. But that's what I wanted to start with. I think the obvious point in the game, and I think the only way to sum it up really, is what happened. The chat was confused. I was confused. I think even you were confused for a second, and then they panned over to Zach Taylor, and he was clearly confused as well. So I'm not sure anyone really knows what exactly happened, or knew at the time what exactly happened on that last 4th down punt for the Bengals, looking to send it away, try to pin the Cowboys back deep in their own territory after a back-breaking stop by the Cowboys defense. And the punt's blocked, and Bengals fans, all of us kind of in unison, groan as it's happening again. You're losing in another impossible way. But this time, the bounce goes our way. Cowboys defender touches it past the line of scrimmage. At that point, it's a live ball, just like any punt, recovered by the Bengals. And then a first down from the spot, which was coincidentally about 10 to 15 yards short of the original line to gain. Originally, with my lack of understanding of the rules, it seems, I thought that they were just going to call John Meta down right there. And I was like, oh, this whole fun play was for nothing. We're 10 yards short of the first down. But alas, Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense came back onto the field, went down and did what they had to do to score the game-winning touchdown. I mean, maybe I'm not as much of a ball watcher as I thought, Craig, but I don't remember that happening ever. I can't put my finger on a play like that happening, at least not that I remember.
No, I mean, I think it's similar to what you see with blocked field goals all the time, where if it gets blocked and it goes past the line of scrimmage, you see the entire special teams defense, whatever you want to call them, kind of like waving each other off. But in that scenario, obviously, I think the Cowboys special teamer thought that he could get it and return it a little bit and pick up some extra yards, but wasn't able to handle it and ended up in Young Meta's hands. And next thing you know, Jamar Chase is getting loose down the sideline. So, I don't know. What happened is exactly what you just described. I legitimately didn't know in the moment. I was literally, I think I sent a message in the chat saying, okay, well, the Cowboys just get the ball at that point.
That's what I thought.
No, once the Cowboys touched it, it's a live ball. And I appreciate the help to whoever it was on the Cowboys return team that touched that, because definitely wasn't looking good with Brandon Aubrey's leg and them potentially getting the ball on the plus side of the field.
Yeah, just an unbelievable series of events there. And I think it wouldn't be crazy to say that maybe the first bounce that went our way this year. It feels like those 50-50 balls in games, especially like this. I mean, I know the Cowboys aren't a contender, which is what most of our close losses have been, but all of those close losses, 1-7, now 2-7 in one-score games this year, all of those losses have been in record-breaking, heartbreaking fashion. And this one was stepping up to go that way again, and then finally a bounce our way. I wish we could use a play like this in a season where we were still alive. I mean, imagine the vibes to beat the Cowboys on a play like this had we beaten the Steelers last week and we were still right in the thick of this whole thing. I mean, I guess I'm still the one saying that we are still alive, so maybe that does.
Yeah, what do you mean if we were still alive?
Yeah, you're right.
Nate just put it in our chat. There's a scenario where the Bengals are still in this. If Denver goes 1-3 and then the Miami and the Colts go 2-2 or worse, the Bengals are right back in this, and I hate to break it to you, Jacob, but the Broncos last 4 weeks, they had 3 games against the Chargers, the Bengals, and the Chiefs.
Yeah, no, I know.
This feels ripe for a Jacob Tissett, are we dead yet take, and I don't know.
We might not be, Craig. We might not be, and that's the fun part. That's the fun part is that there's still a little bit of life, and I think the main takeaway and something that we've talked about really week in and week out with this football team is that as long as Joe Burrow's at the helm of this team, there is life. And there's at least a little bit of a hope that no matter what happens, you have a chance, because we know that Joe Burrow just needs to sneak in. He just needs a chance. He just needs a ticket to the dance, and he can beat anyone. He can go toe-to-toe with anyone. And I know the defense is terrible, and the special teams were down to a guy that hadn't made a kick this year until tonight. But look, when Nine's playing quarterback for my team, there's a chance. And that's why I think even with all the deficiencies of the Bengals this year, Bengals fans have been holding on to the playoff hope and not focusing on the draft yet. And it's because we know that as bad as it gets, as many losses as stack up, as long as there's still a 1% chance we make the playoffs, there's an equivalent chance that we win the Super Bowl. Because as long as we get in the dance, I'll take Joe Burrow right there with everybody. Look, if we get in, it's an even playing field. I think it's a lot harder for the Bengals to get in than for them to win the Super Bowl at this point.
Okay.
Once you rip off all these wins and you're in there, you're hot. Defense is playing better.
Look at that. Yeah, at that point you would have the momentum. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
At the end of look, I think once you get to the playoffs, and we've seen this year in and year out, is that once you get to the playoffs, yes, there are 2 things that make you Super Bowl contenders, and that is having an elite quarterback, which the Bengals have, but also having an elite defense. And the Bengals do not have that
to say the least.
Yeah, not even close. And look, AJ and Big Justice were in the game, or were at the game tonight at AT&T Stadium bringing the boom, which is good because the Bengals defense sure was not bringing the boom. And to steal some words from Big Cass of the WWE, for those that know, there's only one word to describe this defense, and I'm going to spell it out for you, and it's SAWFT, soft. And it is bad. You watch this game and you see so many missed tackles. You see so many guys out of position. Mike Hilton, where are you going? Jermaine Pratt, missed tackles. What missed tackles? I didn't see any missed tackles. Open your eyes, brother. CD Lamb should have been tackled 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, goes off for 43 because Jermaine Pratt tries to arm tackle him behind the line of scrimmage. It just time and time again, this defense shows me why, even though if they find a way to get into this playoffs, I have no confidence at all in them being able to potentially make a run in the playoffs, because you look at who they'd have to play. And ultimately, all of these teams have shown the ability to slow down the Bengals offense, with the exception of like Pittsburgh. Like you look at the Chiefs have been able to slow down the Bengals offense. Now the Bengals have somehow been able to slow down the Chiefs offense too. So it goes both ways, but I don't know, Jacob. I think at this point, the Bengals schedule lines up to have a chance to get in for sure, because you have the Titans next week and then you've got the Browns after that. And then you've got the biggest game of the year that's remaining on the schedule, and that's the Broncos coming to Paycor Stadium on December 29th, a game that I'm going to be in Cincinnati for and might just have to find my way down to Paycor if that's the case.
Love that.
If they're not in it, then I'm not going to bother. But if it's playoff implications, I might bear the weather and go to my first NFL game in several years. I don't know. Maybe me and you can go together and then we can just find a way to do the post-game show from Paycor somewhere. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I find it really hard to believe that with this defense.
No, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And there's no reason to turn the page on this team, because it really is exactly what we said they were all year, is what we saw again tonight. But it's crazy with all the missed tackles you said. The CeeDee Lamb touchdown, obviously one of the uglier coverages you'll ever see. Mike Hilton just stands still and CeeDee Lamb runs right by him. A lot of bad plays today for the Bengals defense. But I titled the defensive segment on the countdown, Defense Stepped Up, because when we needed him to in this game, the defense did. And there was a stretch in there where they had the Cowboys offense doing nothing. Turnover on downs, punt, field goal to end the game. That's really, really good defense. That's what you need to do when your offense consecutively can't move the ball, can't get the touchdown to win the game, can't get into field goal range. The defense had mistakes today, and we know they're going to have those because we know the personnel we're dealing with as Bengals fans. But when push came to shove, these guys finally, for maybe the first time this year, stepped up when the Bengals actually needed them to help get a win. Joe Burrow failed twice to get the ball in scoring position to win this game. The defense picked him up and got the ball back, and when he was given another chance, what did he do? He went down and scored. He got the ball to Jamar Chase. They scored a touchdown. They won the game. This defense did what they needed to do today, and that's not... It's not something that I think we should gloss over. I know, I'm sure come Tuesday, we're going to have a 3-minute cut up of missed tackles. Certainly the Mike Hilton blown coverage in there on the key plays. It's not going to be a fun show, but even earlier in the game, after Dallas scores that opening drive touchdown, after that point, the Bengals defense gets a red zone interception, forces a field goal after a short field from a turnover on downs, punt to end the first half. That is great defense. And I know it's fallen apart at different points in time, and at least in this game, it kind of all compounded into a couple drives where they were able to, kind of string everything together and get some points when they probably shouldn't have. But the Bengals put together many good drives of defense today. I'm not, going to sit here and say it's a huge building block for this defense, and I'm back in on Lou, and we're trending in the right direction, and yada, yada, yada. I'm not saying all that. I do think it's refreshing to see this defense fight a little bit for the first time all year. We haven't seen this. We haven't seen them go out there and get stops when we need them to, and they finally did tonight, and I think that means something.
Well, I mean, this feels like that October stretch when we got all jacked up and thought that the defense was back on track after the New York Giants and the Cleveland Browns game. The truth of the matter is that this defense isn't good, but they're good enough to hold terrible offenses to mediocre performances. I mean, realistically, this Cowboys offense against a good defense should not be putting up 20 points in prime time. Just like the New York Giants put up 7 against this defense. I think, not a great performance, but good enough against a bad team. Same thing with the Browns.
We play too many good teams in between the bad teams that I lose faith in the defense by the time we play the next bad team. So I'm shocked again.
Well, you got a nice little string of 3 bad teams here with the Cowboys, Titans, and Browns.
I'm going to be going into that Broncos game talking about shutting them out. We're going to look good these next 3 weeks. I'm going to be, this defense, Bo Nix can't throw on Lou. Oh, I'm going to be talking crazy in 3 weeks. I just can forecast it now.
My God. There was one, bright spot. I thought that Joseph Asai yet again looked decent in his role. Got a sack for the 3rd straight game. He's seeing increased opportunities, and they moved him around a little bit on the D line tonight, give him more opportunities. They moved him inside. That sack that he got, he was lined up in the 5 technique on the inside, going up against the guard. I thought that was intriguing, and seeing how they're using him. Miles Murphy felt like he was on the field a little bit more this game as well compared to Sam Hubbard. So look, there are certainly some bright spots and some building blocks that are around. I just think that the difficult part is that it's really hard to teach fundamentals at this point in the season, right? Like those are the things that you need to build on through the offseason and throughout training camp and get the fundamentally sound piece. You're not going to get fundamentally sound magically in December. And so that's the difficult part for this defense, is that they continue to have missed tackles and missed tackles and missed tackles over and over again. And that leads to situations where this offense is put in position where they have to be the one to carry the defense, because the defense is missing tackles and are the ones that are putting the offense in position to need to have to score over and over and over again. And so, tonight, yet again, it was good enough. They held the Cowboys to 20 points. But the truth of the matter is that PFF still has 7 missed tackles right now. Allocated to the game, and that's not going to get it done. And, ultimately one of which, the Jermaine Pratt one, ended up going for 46 yards more than it should have. And so those are the big plays that ultimately kill you. And it's all because of fundamentals. And that's not something that you're likely going to be able to teach and change at this point in the season.
No, and I think that the fact that we're still talking about fundamentals at this point in the season circles back to the coaching discussion that we always get to at this point when we talk about the defense. Look, I say it every time I start this point because I don't want people to think that I'm so sour on Lou as a coach in the NFL, or I think that he's some terrible defensive coordinator that's making this team worse or resulting in losses. It's not what I think at all. I've been a Lou defender really the entire year, but when week after week there's no improvement and there's a stubbornness to keep your guys in there. Dejon Anthony, inactive today. With what we've seen from the safeties so far this year, there's no explanation to me why you have a young player like that inactive in a game like this. You have to be getting these guys reps at the late point in a lost season. Or maybe not a lost season, we're still saying we're in it, but at the late points in what seems like a lost season, or at least a drastically underwhelming season, you absolutely have to get these young guys reps. And I think that's really important to see what you have on this roster, because you have to know what holes are bigger issues that you have to address. If you can see some young guys in these next 5 weeks take some steps, show you some things you're willing to buy in on, then maybe you change your philosophy for the offseason, where you draft versus where you attack free agency, the level in which you add to each different position group. I think seeing what you have in the locker room is crucial right now. I don't think the Bengals are doing that, especially on defense. And I think at some point that does have to fall on Lou Anarumo. I think he wants to keep his guys in there, the guys that he trusts the most. And at this point, it's not the young guys, and I don't even think it's the best players. I think he's just falling back on a level of consistency. And if these guys don't have the upside, I'd rather take the gamble on some of the younger guys. For him to go to the press conference, Lou that is, and say that Geno Stone and Von Bell are his guys, and he's planning on riding with them for the rest of the season. Really? What have you seen this season so far that makes you think that?
To be fair, Von Bell only played 8 snaps tonight, Jacob.
Okay, well, that's good then. That's good.
Jordan Battle got 52 of the 60 snaps.
That's really good.
Obviously, Geno Stone was in there for all 60, but his PFF grade, 81.1 overall PFF grade for Geno Stone tonight.
Holy cow.
Probably, I'd have to double check, but probably his best performance.
I don't think you have to double check.
Certainly as a Bengal, but I was going to think of his career, but nonetheless,
he did pick off Burrow twice last year, so maybe that one.
Literally the last time is it looks like a 91.1 against Cincinnati week 2 last year.
Yeah, no, that checks out.
So, but it did look, again, there are some pieces that feel like they should combine for a better defense. It's just that you have so many lacking pieces. And, there were other podcasts out there that were talking this week about how now's the time, now that they're out of it, that some of these players are going to start to step up and all of a sudden they're going to look like real all-pro defensive players because nothing means anything anymore. And now when it means nothing, they're going to show up. And Geno Stone was one of those names that was thrown out a lot, and here we are. But look, I mean, Geno Stone had a really good game. Jermaine Pratt graded out really well so far. Marco Wilson, I thought, stood out a little bit as we were watching the game too, in terms of some coverage there that he looked like he was playing decently well for a late season add to the roster. So, it sucks that you have to be playing around with lineups right now and figuring out what's going to be your best lineup out there. But the truth of the matter is that at some point it had to happen. And so if that means that in week 14, we finally get 90% snaps out of Jordan Battle, then so be it. Better late than never. And if Jordan Battle can show some promise going into next season, it will make me feel a whole lot better having him go out there week in and week out versus having to watch Von Bell go out there and get burned. So
will it make me feel better if Jordan Battle goes out there and puts up good film for these next 5 weeks, getting most of the snaps? Absolutely. I'll feel great about the future. But it'll also make me really pissed off that we were all asking for this in the preseason and they didn't do it until now, and it's going to help this team play better. Yeah, there's going to be part of that too, and I think that's going to come back to maybe the stubbornness of this staff. If you put a lot of these guys in that the fans have been clamoring for forever, and they outplay the guys that you were, hanging on in there, maybe there's even more of a turn from the outside perception on these coaches. Maybe that's something that's seeping into their mind as well. I don't know, but certainly not the season we've wanted to see from the defense at all. They put together a decent game tonight, hold Cowboys offense to a middling performance, I guess you could say. But just the second 100-yard rusher for the Cowboys on the season came tonight in Rico Dowdle. So still a lot of holes on this Bengals defense that have to be fixed. I don't think there's many changed conversations on that side of the ball, but it is just nice to get a win. I think the side of the ball that maybe doesn't warrant the conversation, but I think we still need to keep talking about it, is the offense. And I know it's only 27 points tonight, and this Cowboys defense isn't what this Cowboys defense has been in the past. They're one of the worst in the entire league. But this offense looked fine tonight. I mean, you obviously would want to see more out of T. Higgins. That's obviously something you want and the Bengals need if they're going to beat any teams much better than the Cowboys. But Chase Brown, unable to get really going in the run game, just 4 yards per carry on 14 carries. But to add 65 yards in the receiving game, and I consider most of those an extension of the run game in terms of the dump-offs and most of those yards coming after the catch for Chase Brown, I think he's turning into just such an exciting player for this offense. And I think I'm pretty close to throwing him in there with Burrow, Jamar, and T in terms of offensive skill players that I'm excited to build around for the future. I don't know why Chase Brown's not the running back in that group. I think he's incredibly exciting, and the versatility is awesome. I think running back 2 is certainly a need this offseason, strictly for the body, but nothing against Chase Brown whatsoever. I think he can be the running back for this Bengals team for a long time. He gets glossed over a lot when talking about bright spots on this Bengals team this year. You go Joe Burrow, you go Jamar Chase, you go Trey Hendrickson, and you move on. Chase Brown needs to be talked about because what he's doing this year was not expected from basically anyone, and he's doing it at an incredibly consistent level ever since he took over as the running back 1.
Yeah, he's bringing something that the Bengals have lacked from the running back position for a number of years now, and that's explosiveness. And you saw it on the touchdown where he got free and was able to run away and get into the end zone and tiptoe down the line. That's something that this Bengals team hasn't had in recent years. And I know that everybody loves to pile on how well Joe Mixon has been playing in Houston, and extremely happy for Joe Mixon, but Chase Brown and Joe Mixon are two very different backs, and Chase Brown is showing the fit that he has on this offense. And, Joe Mixon was very good at catching the ball out of the backfield. I felt like he just didn't really have that explosiveness to take advantage of the space that he had when he did catch it out in the flat. Chase Brown has that explosiveness to be able to do that. And he's been showing it now over the last several weeks that he can, in fact, be a cornerstone piece of this offense, and certainly doing it out of the backfield now. over the last 5 weeks, Chase Brown has now racked up 28 catches out of the backfield. He's catching the ball, and he's certainly, like you mentioned, using that as an extension of the run game because, Lord knows this offensive line can't really run block. So, over the last 5 games, going back to the Raiders game, 5 catches for 37 yards and a touchdown against Baltimore, 9 for 52. The Chargers 5 for 57, 3 for 30 last week against Pittsburgh. And then obviously tonight he had 6 for 65 and a touchdown. I mean, from an all-purpose yards perspective, Chase Brown is giving you a lot out of this backfield, and he's bringing some explosiveness that the defenses are having to respect now, and that's allowing some of the wide receivers, I think, to get open a little bit deeper down the field. It's one thing for Joe Burrow to kind of dink and dunk, and Joe Burrow has in his career lived within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage and just kind of torn defenses apart by those quick hitters, and there's nothing wrong with that. But because of the respect that you have to give to Chase Brown, it opens it up for some of those deeper hits and getting into the open zones on the outside on Tampa coverages. And, that's something that the Bengals are going to continue to try and take advantage of. You saw it again today where Chase Brown ran that kind of delayed go route on the outside when they were running that fake screen. And Joe probably had him if he let him a little bit more, but underthrew the ball a little bit and was broken up. But those are the types of plays that you're going to continue to see out of Chase Brown, and he's showing now that he can catch the ball reliably, which was a concern coming into this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely was. That was kind of the thing that Bengals coaches, at least reportedly, told him in the offseason. You have to improve yourself as a pass blocker and as a receiver in order to stake any claim to this backfield in terms of a legitimate RB2 share or even creeping into the running back one. I still don't think that many people in the Bengals facility, obviously I'm not there, I can't speak for them, but it certainly seemed like the plan this season was Zach Moss RB1 the entirety of the year, and then the injury, and really before then, the production difference between the two made that mentality change. It's just been great to see this kind of production from a mid-round pick because we've talked about it time and time again on the show. Not something the Bengals get a whole lot of is high-level production pretty close to immediately from a mid-round pick. So great to see that out of the running back position and to keep that cheap, especially for Cincinnati on the rookie contract for a couple more years. Keep that running back position cheap and at a high level so you can focus on the other pieces of the offense. And speaking of other pieces of the offense, we're talking about paying a whole lot now. T. Higgins. I was thinking if the Bengals won this game, it was going to be a rah-rah, Jamar and T, best duo in the league, bring him back, $30 million's nothing, T needs to be here kind of show. But 370 passing yards for Joe Burrow. T. Higgins, 2 catches for 23 yards. Most of the chat tonight was asking if he was inactive. He wasn't seen today. Targeted 5 times, just the 2 catches. What happened to T. Higgins? You have to think they'd rotate coverages to Jamar Chase at some point tonight. 14 catches, 177 yards. And T. Higgins just unable to win opposite of Jamar Chase. A puzzling game for number 5 tonight. Something that's certainly going to be interesting to see in the film. But is there anything that you can think of now that could lead you to why he had such a quiet night against this Cowboys secondary that's certainly not one of the best?
Well, not one of the best, but it was also the first time that they had all 3 of their cornerbacks healthy. And, I know it's early and some of these stats will kind of update as things go on. But if you look at next gen stats and the average separation for the receivers in tonight's game, Mike Gesicki, 3.68 yards. Andre Yoshivas, 3.63 yards. Drew Sample, 3.53 yards. Jamar Chase, 2.94 yards, but that's plenty for Jamar Chase. T. Higgins, average separation on routes, 1.35 yards. You have to wonder a little bit, is his hamstring bothering him still? Was it just a case of that his route tree was so bland that the Cowboys knew what he was doing every time? Deron Bland had him blanketed on that fade route that they tried to run on 4th and 2 or 3rd and 2. I'm sorry. So I just wonder if maybe you look at the route tree for Jamar Chase tonight, and it was super creative. He was all over the place. I don't know if you saw it yet, but T. Higgins obviously not so much, and Jamar's probably looks a little bit better than normal because he was targeted 18 times. So when you look at a route tree on targets, then certainly it's going to be intriguing. But T. Higgins, on the other hand, probably not so much. And so whether it was a case of just, the Cowboys knowing what T was going to do, or maybe T was slowed by injury or whatever it may have been. Tonight wasn't his night, and that's okay because Jamar picked him up. And, I'd much rather have a healthy T and a healthy Jamar and have Jamar catch the ball 14 times than have an unhealthy T and Jamar only get the ball 3 times like we were seeing earlier in the year. So that is one of the benefits that we've talked about of having 2 elite wide receivers, or at least 2 top tier wide receivers, is that defenses can't key on one guy like we were seeing early on this year without T, and it showed tonight. So even if they were trying to blanket T, Jamar stepped up.
Absolutely. And Jamar Chase, look, you can't talk about him enough. I think at some point we're going to realize that we might underappreciate Jamar Chase in Cincinnati just because of how much we as fans appreciate Joe Burrow, and we might not realize just how great he is. He's incredible. He is absolutely incredible. I don't think there's another receiver like Jamar Chase in the NFL, and I'm not saying there aren't other ones that are really good, or at least in the tier of Jamar Chase. I think there's not another receiver in the NFL that does what Jamar Chase does with the ball in his hands. It's unbelievable what he's able to do, both behind the line of scrimmage, rat catches, and also the most deep balls caught since he entered the league. It's crazy the versatility of his receiving game. Craig, this is exactly what you were talking about today. What a beautiful route tree. And we've put plenty of these up this year and thrown up in our mouths about how uncreative Zach Taylor is with one of the best weapons in football. Today, Jamar Chase targeted 18 times, which certainly helps fill this thing up a little bit, like you said. But, man, that's what we've been asking for. And look what happens when you do it. I said it on the first play of the game when they ran the swing pass to Jamar Chase. I said, get the ball to your star players in space. Great things happen when you do that. It's amazing. It's not rocket science. Jamar Chase catches the ball 14 times. The Bengals offense moves. He scores 2 touchdowns. They win the football game. I don't think it's crazy. I know the defense has let him down a lot this year. We might be having to recalibrate our brains a little bit to what offensive stats result in wins. And a lot of times this year, great offensive stats that for the entire history of the NFL have resulted in wins haven't for the Bengals. But I think going into next year, and especially the future of this team, we got to look at some of the star players we have and realize a lot of the guys that are playing aren't going to be here for the future, or at least the next time that we're a legitimate contender. And I think to see Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow continue to put up the numbers that always result in wins outside of the 2024 Bengals, I think that's a great place to be. Because if they continue building and continue growing, who knows what the ceiling is for this duo. They're the best duo in the league, and if we can keep them together for a long time in Cincinnati, they might go down as one of the best duos, if not the best duo of all time. It's crazy what these two have, the connection they have, the point against the Chargers to find the open spot in the end zone. It's uncanny the way these two are connected on the field, and they do such a great job. And that's why you see Joe Burrow leading in every passing stat, and you see Jamar Chase leading in every receiver stat. Nate Seltzer, a great listener of ours, put it in the chat earlier in the show, and then now's a good time to update everyone on the Jamar Chase Triple Crown race. Important to keep an eye on that because, as he said earlier this week, it matters to him. And I think it should matter to Bengals fans, too. A receiver winning an award such as the Triple Crown that's so elusive. I know Cooper Kupp just did it a few years ago, but this isn't something that happens very often in football. And Jamar Chase is in a really, really good spot to do it this year. He leads receptions by 6. He leads yards by 150, and he has 6 more touchdowns than the next guy. That's called sitting pretty, Craig. Unbelievable stats for Jamar Chase this year, and he does it week in and week out.
I think the last one's the most impressive. The 6 more touchdowns than the next highest receiver in the league is pretty incredible. Yeah. It speaks a couple things. One is obviously it speaks to the level of confidence that Joe Burrow has in him. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. We saw it tonight, Joe Burrow getting rid of the ball before Jamar Chase even turns, the ball thrown to him before he even gets to the end zone, and yet Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase connect for that touchdown in the end zone on a beautiful timing route. And we saw it last week too with the scramble play where Joe Burrow found Jamar Chase in the back of the end zone on that jump pass. And they just happen to know where they are at all times. And, you know me, I love to kind of keep up with the post-game quotes coming out.
Yeah.
And, an interesting one out of Joe Burrow is that he said about Jamar Chase, he deserves all he's going to get and more. Hopefully we can play together for as long as we're in this league. I mean, legitimately, if you can keep those two together, and I realize that there needs to be complementary pieces, but if you can keep those two together, this Bengals offense can and should be good enough to compete for years to come. And so we'll revisit the exact thing I've said every game and every week for the last several weeks. This defense doesn't have to be great. They weren't great tonight, but they were good enough, and good enough is good enough to get you into the playoffs and to compete in the playoffs with this offense. So, I don't know if you saw it or not, multiple post-game quotes and tweets coming out that are interesting.
Yeah, there's a big Joe Burrow one that I just saw. Yeah, and it's pretty exciting, I think, for Bengals fans if you're in the same boat as me in terms of wanting T. Higgins back in Cincinnati. Joe Burrow says to the media after the game that he's confident they'll be able to find a way to get T. Higgins back and that he is willing to do what it takes. He says when asked why he's confident, he offered, according to Paul Dehner Jr., a sly "we'll see" as the answer. So 4-8, maybe not the worst thing for the Bengals if they're going to bring back T. Higgins and go all in on this roster, because that's all we've ever wanted them to do is go all in on a window with a quarterback that we know is good enough to win this whole damn thing. And hopefully they commit to it. And I do think part of committing to it is to stop playing this whole NFL game with one arm tied behind your back and start devoting the money to it and pay the star players that you get in your building. Why do you draft a receiver at 33 if you don't want him to turn it into T. Higgins? And then why draft a receiver and hope they turn into T. Higgins if you're never going to pay him? So it's the same conversation we have over and over again with Jesse Bates. You draft a player, they turn into an all-pro level player. Don't let those players leave the building. I think it's just as simple with T. Higgins. As long as the money makes sense.
Certainly loved it. Well, that's the thing. You'd love to make, to think that it makes sense, right? But at the end of the day, you have to put yourself in the position of, do I believe that the Brown family is going to put up $100 million a year plus, probably even more than that now, $120 million a year plus in order to keep these core three together? Because you've got Joe Burrow, who's going to be making $55 million a year. That's already knocked up. You've got Jamar Chase, who is playing his way into what feels like a $45 million a year contract, certainly 40 without a question. I don't think there's any question that he's going to be making over 40. But he's going to be the highest paid wide receiver come this next offseason. I don't think there's any question about that. And then to think that they have the liquidity to put money into escrow to guarantee T. Higgins the kind of money that is going to take to keep him in Cincinnati, I find that hard to believe. Now, Joe Burrow can easily convert some of the money that he's due into signing bonus or whatever to make it so that he's only owed 20 and maybe he just gets 30 up front or whatever happens. But that doesn't change the fact that Mike Brown has to be able to put potentially $300+ million into escrow this offseason in order to keep those two wide receivers,
Jamar's
if not more.
Insane.
100%. And again, we went through this offseason, but you have to look at Justin Jefferson's contract with the Minnesota Vikings as you're talking about what this is realistically going to look like. Justin Jefferson signed a 4-year, $140 million contract with $110 million guaranteed in early June, right? So if you're thinking about Jamar Chase is now going to be owed likely a larger contract than that, right? Justin Jefferson at 4 for $140 was $35 million a year.
Yeah.
You certainly have to believe that Jamar is going to be pushing $38-40 million a year when he goes and signs his contract this year. So if that's a 4-year, $160 million contract, and even if he matches the guaranteed money, that's $110 million that the Brown family is going to have to put in escrow. And then to go out and sign T. Higgins, let's say he's a 4-year, $110 million contract. A majority of that's going to have to be guaranteed as well. And now you're looking at $180 to $200 million in guaranteed money that has to be put in escrow 2 years after they signed Joe Burrow to a large contract where they had to put several $100 million into escrow too. That's the difficulty in trying to make this piece work. It's not about the annual salaries. I think you can make that work 100%, especially if you can draft better, but you can make that piece work. The piece that's challenging is thinking about Mike Brown having to find that $200 million to put into escrow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's a huge hurdle, especially for a team like the Bengals. We know they're not cash rich, maybe don't even have that cash anywhere. So certainly tough to pull all those millions of dollars into escrow and give them put him in limbo right away, because that's really, at the end of the day, when the leaks about the negotiations about this summer broke down, it was all about guaranteed money concerns and getting that money into escrow for Jamar Chase and how all that was going to, play out this offseason. That's what held up the Bengals and Chase to an extension. Not money, not average per year, nothing like that. They were good on everything except for the guarantees and then getting the money in there on time, which is a really real shame that as an NFL franchise, we're worried about this kind of stuff instead of just, working within the salary cap, which is already hard enough to build a championship team. You also have to work within the constraints of your owners not having enough money to even pay a salary cap. So it's certainly a conversation that I'm sure we're going to have a lot on Chatterbox Bengals all throughout the offseason, whether or not to pay T. Higgins, certainly not the last time. We'll talk about that, I am sure. But backdoor, we talked about it, Craig. There's a chance they have life. But that's not the main thing I wanted to talk about here. I wanted to put something else out there.
Just real quick. Let's put, okay, before we get to the playoff scenario?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So today, Joe Burrow got hurt. Added the knee sleeve, came out of the game. We had the chat about a 50-50 split. Half the chat was saying that as long as there's a mathematical chance to make the playoffs, there cannot be a conversation about benching Joe Burrow. That means continuing forward, after winning this game, we still have life. We're at, a 3% chance now? So as long as there's a mathematical chance, a lot of our listeners were saying, you cannot bench Joe Burrow. So that back door is still technically open. They're saying you can't bench him. In my opinion, you're fighting a massive uphill fight. If that knee's banged up at all going into next week, you got to sit him the rest of the year. You have to. You can't risk getting him hurt. He looked fine out there. He was running around. He made a couple great throws. He looked fine. That's also with adrenaline in the middle of a football game. If he's banged up this week, he cannot play the rest of the year. He can't fight through it. You have to protect him from himself. I feel pretty strongly about that.
Wow. I'm not sure I was ready for that from you. Especially as someone who traditionally, and by traditionally, I mean every week for the last 15 weeks, has been very strongly on the Bengals playoff train. And so, look, I agree with you that it's really difficult to look at this and say, okay, the Bengals at this point have maybe a 3% chance of making the playoffs. And maybe that's true, maybe that's not. Depending on which model you look at, obviously the number changes. First and foremost, and this is really, I think, the most important thing in this whole conversation. It doesn't really matter what you think is right. It doesn't matter what you think the Bengals should do. The real question is, what is Joe Burrow going to allow them to do?
Yeah.
And whether you want to act like Zach Taylor has the power to say, okay, Joe, if you're not 100%, we're not playing you. It doesn't matter. Joe Burrow is going to make that decision, and we all know the competitor that Joe Burrow is, and Joe Burrow is not going to allow Zach Taylor to sit him down just because he's not 100%, because I hate to break it to you, during an NFL season, there's not a single player in the NFL that's 100% after preseason week 1. So for Joe Burrow to have a knee sleeve on, and we don't know the extent of what happened or how he got twisted up or what happened. I would have thought that his neck would be hurting more than his knee would be after that ridiculous face mask on call. But I don't think there's any world where Joe Burrow allows Zach Taylor to sit him down. And Joe Burrow even said after, the game tonight that, I'm sure I'll be sore tomorrow, but we'll get it taken care of. And it's all good. His, his classic, it's all good.
Sitting. He made that pretty clear. Him and Jamar both made it pretty clear over the weekend that they were going to play their hearts out the rest of the season because they had stuff that they were playing for that was important to them. That's bigger than just win-loss. And I think that is important as well. I think a lot of people want these players to focus on, winning the games. When you're 4-8, they want them to hang their head and be upset and just, not be people. I think these guys are athletes. They're competitors. They're fighting for stuff. And when you're 4-8, you have to move those goalposts a little bit. You got to fight for something else. You got to put something on your mirror, like Jamar Chase said. And I think having goals on your mirror, you gets you up in the morning. It gets you to fight for something. And if Jamar Chase is going to fight for the Triple Crown, if Joe Burrow is going to fight for some franchise records and they want to, that's completely fine. And I'm completely fine with that. But at some point, my argument But hopefully we get to Monday, he's not even on the injury report, and everything's good to go, and we're not having this conversation.
Well, we know that won't happen because he'll be on the injury report for his wrist, if nothing else.
The knee is not on the injury report.
Little slow next week, but I don't think it's going to be to the point where he has to sit. And then more importantly is I don't think it's something that you're going to be able to then injure worse, right? And that's always one of the questions when you're talking about injuries is it something that can get worse? And right, he's probably going to go have an MRI tomorrow, make sure that what he thinks it is exactly what it is, and that's a bursa. But if you do come back and it's ligament damage of some sort, or some sort of other injury, then certainly there will be a conversation around whether or not he needs to think about sitting it down. And I'm sure he'll be a limited participant each day this week heading into next week, but I don't think that's something that Joe's going to allow to happen.
Yeah, and you're right.
The positive side is that you've got the Tennessee Titans next week, so knock on wood, Jake Browning may be able to beat the Tennessee Titans, but why risk it? Especially
lose
if you're
Tennessee
talking
Titans on purpose.
Stop it. Stop it.
No, we're alive. Now that we won this game, draft picks are out the window because we can't pick high enough that it matters. So now we might as well just win because it's fun. Because if we lost this game, it was going to be full draft zone all the way because there would have been a real avenue to pick pretty high. But now that you win this one, you're in a pretty bad spot in terms of draft. You're in a good spot in terms of actually winning games and playing for things that competitors play for. But losers like me, we're already looking at the draft, and this one kind of cooks the draft position. So now we're playing for it all. We're back into it, and that 3% is what we're holding on to. I guess I am. Craig, are you still holding on to the 3%? Give me a little love for the 3%.
No, I'm not holding on to the 3% because this
not.
team time and time again has let me down. And every time I want to hold on to the 3% or the 33% or the whatever percent chance it is that given week, I get let down over and over and over again. And I can't continue to do it. I won't continue to do it. The next time you hear me talking about the Bengals in the 2024 playoffs will be if they find their way in. Even if we go into week 18 needing only a win and no other help, I'm not gonna do it.
I'm gonna edit the Chatterbox Bengals schedule and make us record a pregame show for that one. So you have to talk about the playoff picture before we win.
All right. So here's what I was gonna ask you before. Let's drop the Elliott rearing bit. Are you actually in or out on this Bengals playoff run?
I don't think the Bengals are going to make the playoffs.
Do you actually think there's a chance? Okay.
No, I don't think the Bengals are going to make the playoffs. But, like I said, without losing tonight, there's nothing else to root for. There's no draft to root for anymore winning tonight. So I'm going to choose to root for that until they're done. I think that's just kind of where I'm at right now. As long as there's a number on NewYorkTimes.com, I'm going to choose to root for that. And if I can talk myself into believing it from 10A to 12P every day, Monday through Friday, and then for 1 hour on Tuesday and Thursday nights, then that's fine by me because I've been doing a decent job so far. But yeah, look, I'm in at this point. I'm in at least for the next 2 weeks where we can keep that number above 0 and hopefully beat some bad teams and maybe have a little fun. Let's just have a couple weeks of fun. We play 3 weeks of bad teams. If we're out of the playoffs, we're out of the playoffs. Maybe there's bigger things here. Let's just have fun. Let's have Joe Burrow go throw for 300 against the Titans. Who cares if we win 45-42? Let's just have fun. This has been a fun season for a lot of teams. This season's been killed by the expectations of the preseason. How many teams picking where we're picking in the draft right now would kill to have this offensive season? Most teams that are 4-8, it's excruciating to watch. Now, does it kill us in a new way every single game, how the Bengals find a way to lose? Yes. But this might be one of the most exciting 4-8, 5-8 teams to watch, maybe in the history of the NFL. Because every single week, they do something new. And you know their star players are going to deliver. And at the end of the day, that's what we turn the game on for. Joe Buck said it today before the game. He goes, these two defenses stink. But at least we have Joe Burrow, because when Joe Burrow's on prime time, you know it's going to be a good one. And I think that's kind of how the whole league feels at this point. I think whether people want to admit it or not, they'd appreciate the Bengals to be a little bit better, because you'd like to see Joe Burrow not flexed out of prime time like he was in a couple weeks. Because love him or hate him, you certainly like watching 9-1 play. So I think the whole league's going to be in a better spot when the Bengals can figure this out a little bit.
I know you weren't watching the Simpsons broadcast tonight, but there were a couple classics that came out of it tonight. First of all, Mina Kimes on the commentary at one point said, "I'm not really sure how this is possible, but the Bengals defense both sucks and blows."
Oh, kids show, Mina. Kids show.
Kids show, Mina.
Oh my!
On the Simpsons broadcast, nonetheless.
That's crazy.
And at halftime, Jacob, you know what they showed? They showed Krusty the Clown giving the halftime speech to the Bengals, which I'm
that
sure was
screenshot's
not
going to be good
at all.
Oh no, I'm going to see that on Twitter for sure.
Oh yeah, it's all over Twitter already. Surprised you haven't.
No.
Look, a couple of classics coming out of the Simpsons broadcast for sure. We're gonna be breaking down all this film. You think we're going to have it ready for tomorrow, Jacob? We must, because we got a show.
That's what I was wondering. I was going to save that till after we cut this sucker, but I was going to say, are we going to have this for tomorrow? We'll see. We'll do what we can.
We'll have it.
We'll get you
it together, right?
The greatest Tuesday show right after a Monday Night Football game that you've ever seen from Chatterbox Bengals, because I'm pretty sure this... Oh, we played Monday Night Football earlier this year against the Commanders. We did it then. So we'll be fine. Right?
I think I saw a tweet earlier that said the Bengals have won road Monday Night Football games, 2 road Monday Night Football games for the first time in their franchise history this year, because they beat the Giants on Monday Night Football earlier this year.
Giants, yeah.
The Commanders was a Monday Night Football game as well, but we lost that one.
And it wasn't
the Giants were also on Monday night. Yeah. But the Giants was a road Monday night that we won. So up to 2. I also saw this really good tweet from a comedian, Mark Shalafu. Watching the Bengals is like watching the Harlem Globetrotters and the Washington Generals on the same team.
That's a good one. I think that's the perfect summation of this Bengals season. I think that's a good sentiment to leave this one on. Bengals get a win. Vibes are high tonight. We had a fun post-game show for the first time in a while, and man, that does feel good. It always feels good to have a win. You could be 2% to go to the playoffs or not. Winning a game always feels good. I could talk about rooting for the draft all day, every day. As soon as that ball's kicked off, I can't help but root for the Bengals to win. It's just something about it. But thank you, Craig, for joining me, as always. Thank you to everyone in the chat for sticking around throughout the game. Always means a little bit more when you guys are hanging out with us this late at night. We appreciate everyone that supports us. You let us do it. It's a lot of fun. Hooday, and we'll catch you tomorrow night. Back-to-back Chatterbox Bengals. Yippee!